Buddy, call the meeting to order at 10:01. We have our agenda in front of us with addition. Is there any other additions or comments on it? Councilor Stillberg?
If not, I'll give you approval of the agenda with the additions.
All question, all in favor? That'd be carried. Minute approval. We've got our regular council meeting minutes for 3.1.1, February 12th, 2025. And then 3.1.2, February 27th, 2025. Page 6 to page 17. And that is with our change to having 2 council meetings per month. Is there any additions or questions on the regular council meeting minutes? Councilor Stevens?
I'll move them as presented.
All question, all in favor? Carried. We will do introductions. I guess we've got some
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, Stettler, good morning.
Paul McKay, Denelda Red Wall.
Dave Grover, I'm Big Valley Council.
Larry Clark, Botha Gadsby, and Reeve.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Good morning. Les Stillberg, Councillor Bymore and Yang.
James Hunter, Erskine South Ward and Councillor.
Dan Officer, Manager of Operations.
Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services. Yvette Cassidy, CAO.
Sarah?
Karen McKenzie, Project Administrator and Health and Safety Manager.
Manager of Strategic Initiatives. Landon Chambers, Hometown PD.
And you folks are,
James and Carol Hall, we moved in Prince Hill area in November of 23.
okay,
So we just thought we'd contract with that.
down
Here.
down in the Big Valley area.
Yeah.
You betcha.
And if I may, online, we have our Director of Communications, Nikki Thorstensen.
Oh,
Okay,
great.
good to see you, Nikki.
Good to see you.
Okay, the first order of business is appointment is 4.1, swear in new Deputy Reeve, Councillor Paul McKay. So that will be the last term of a Deputy Reeve for this cycle. And
Are you going to swear at him or swear?
And outgoing would be Councillor Stevens.
Just read it. Sure. All right. I, Paul McKay, solemnly swear and truly declare and affirm that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability exercise the powers and duties according to the law, the office of Deputy Reeve for the county established number 6. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations, Paul.
I'm told I need to get a photo of you two.
I saw Nikki. She was.
What?
No, I think she was talking to him.
Use your words, Nikki.
Oh, God.
I was trying to get the background behind them.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle and Levette. And then just a few other words here today. I want to thank everyone for attending today's council meeting. In light of some recent communication with the county, I want to remind everyone that in accordance with Section 198 of the Municipal Government Act, the public may be present at council meetings unless the chair expects a person for improper conduct. The county's procedural bylaw 1726-24, as amended, similarly provides that councillors and members of the public must maintain order and decorum, and the chair may order a member of the public who creates a disturbance or acts improperly to be expelled. Sections 4.18 and 7.12. Members of the public that do have a right of debate on items of the agenda, or do not have a right of debate on items on the agenda. If a member of the public wishes to present information to council, they should request delegation at a future meeting or speak at a public hearing concerning the matter applicable. Improper conduct or a disturbance includes speaking out of turn, clapping, or any other actions that interrupts the meeting. In addition, I want to remind everyone that cell phones and electronic devices should be turned off or set so they will not disrupt the meeting. Thank you. Okay, six, delegations will be starting at 1:30, and we've got a fairly heavy plate of delegations today. We've got Stars Air Ambulance, Stettler Egg Society, and the Hospice Society. Item number 7 is council's request for information, and 7.1, changing the monthly county meeting dates. And it shows myself, but there were some other people that questioned Wednesdays for our meetings. I think what's been suggested has been council could be the second and fourth Wednesdays, and ASB and MPC could be the third Wednesday, if that would work. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Stettler.
Well, actually, that works well for me because I do have Parkland Regional library boards on Thursdays. I have Red Deer Rivers User Group on Thursdays, and I also just recently elected to the executive committee of Parkland Regional, which also meet on Thursdays. So Thursdays are pretty busy days. So if it moved into Wednesdays, that it would align to keeping it out of Thursdays, and all the Wednesdays could be held open for council then.
Other questions or comments? Andrew?
I would just ask if council makes a change that the March meetings would stay the same and that it would be effective for the April meetings.
April 1st for the April meetings.
Yeah.
Councilor Gender?
I'll make a motion that we look at changing it to Wednesday.
So the second and fourth Wednesday for council,
Yes.
and the third for MPC and ASB.
Changes nothing, it's just what day we have the meeting on. I'm not, yeah, I'm not 100% sure why we'd change it either way, because if we go to the Thursday, you're still gonna be messed up for.
Well, and that's what we've been on the Thursday for the second council meeting, so he's gonna be buggered up for it too.
Yeah, that's what I mean, so it's a non-issue either way, it doesn't, it's really not an issue either way, so I don't really matter, we're still gonna be booked for those dates.
Yeah, and that's
Adding a date or changing anything, it's just,
pretty safe. A Wednesday's busy in council.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, it just, I'm sorry to bust your bubble.
No,
You're
I was
gonna.
thinking we're going on Wednesdays even for MPC and Avis.
You know, that's the intent.
All Wednesdays.
The third
So we're
Wednesday.
taking the Thursday out and we're moving it. I see.
I thought it was all different.
Okay, I thought we were just.
Did I say, did I throw Thursday in there?
I think it was explained correctly.
Maybe I just misheard, I apologize.
The second and fourth Wednesday and the third Wednesday.
I need to do more active.
Listening, yes. I got you.
Yeah.
Greg?
If I may, Mr. Reeve, from a staffing standpoint in egg services, as council discretion for the day that they want our meeting to be held works fine with us. So there's no issue on our standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on that, I'll call the question in. All in favor? That's carried. New business, request for decision, re-policy AF 611, cemetery expenses, page 18 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you've seen these policies, you've reviewed them. They've been out on our webpage for 30 days of public consultation and have gone over that. So we wanted to get them back, and if council, we received no feedback from the public, so if council would like, we could get them passed.
Councilor, okay.
I'll move that we accept it as presented or updated.
Councilor Gender?
I'm just kind of wondering, like, how many cemeteries really qualify for this payment?
All the cemeteries within the county of Stettler, like if it's an urban cemetery, like Big Valley has the Big Valley Cemetery just outside of town, but it is within their boundaries. So we don't fund their cemetery, but we fund the Catholic cemetery at Big Valley, which is in our boundaries. And we have quite a few of them. Chris is way sick today, but I think we're funding 12 to 13 cemeteries a year.
Thank you.
Councilor, okay.
Just one question. Prairie Grove, which is in my area, is that going to be funded by this way too? I know we take care of it.
No, so there isn't a board, from what I understand, running Prairie Grove. So we just look after it. We mow it, we weed eat it, we fix anything that's falling down. So we don't put them through this funding. It's just one that we put on our list to maintain.
Yeah, this
Clarification.
funding specifically replaces us doing the work ourselves. So it's either we maintain the cemetery or the community groups that maintain it get paid to maintain it, which we prefer.
Councilor Nyberg.
Mr. Chair, this is the best value that I think the county ratepayers get. We have volunteers that do the work. We're just here to support them. Yeah, I think this should be reviewed again in another 5 years because of the cost of everything. But I think Mr. Stolberg brought this up, and it's a very valid point that we need to support these volunteers, and this is the most economical way that we can look after these cemeteries.
Councilor Bender.
Like, when we were sitting at $1,000, how many years were we at that before we're raising it today?
I bet you we've been at it for 10 to 12 years. And then we raised it last year to 15 because some of the clubs that we were supporting, they were, because of their age, they were hiring the mowing done and it wasn't covering the mowing costs. So then we increased it to 15, which is now taking care of that for them.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll call the question then. All in favor? That is carried. 8.2, request for decision, read policy AF 6.12, donation of sponsored events, page 20 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the same. You've reviewed this policy, went through it. We've posted it on the webpage, received no feedback. Unless Nikki has any comments, because she does kind of look after this for us, I'm looking for council to approve.
We'll just wait to see if Nikki is.
I have comments, no.
Okay. Okay, Councilor Stolberg.
I will make the motion to approve this policy as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. You're opposed? Okay, okay, did you have discussion on that then?
I've spoke about this before. I just would be more comfortable if it was handled directly by us if we choose to make a donation, but yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So opposed was Councilor Steven. 8.3, request for decision, policy Public Works 2.16 tree pruning, page 22.
And again, this is the same. You've looked at this, worked it. We've incorporated the changes. It's been out for public feedback. We've received nothing. So again, unless Greg has any comments, I'm looking for council to approve.
Councilor Gender.
It just says that this is relating to trees that are on private property overhanging public. Yeah. But the one part in there, I'm just kind of wondering, okay, it said that they should be being trimmed back within 15 days. Like there may be some people that are maybe on holidays within that. I'm just kind of wondering whether we should extend that.
If I can speak to that, typically we're only really going to be imposing a strict deadline when there's a public safety issue. And we would, pardon me, we would prefer to have the tighter timeline in the policy because that's going to be the minimum that we can do, but we can always grant discretion, particularly if there's no public safety issue, then we can provide any amount of time. With outside of this policy, so this policy directs administration on how we deal with the public. We're utilizing our authorities under the Municipal Government Act, Section 545 for an enforcement order. So this just guides how we would go through that process. But in that enforcement order process, we have the discretion to go longer. But if we set that as too long, we'll never be able to go shorter. And if there was something that was a public safety issue, we would want that ability.
And I do believe that like within discretion of say like Public Works that they could use their discretion on how to handle this. No, much appreciated. Thank you.
I just have a question to administration, like when it comes to projects, construction projects in the hamlets, does this have to happen beforehand, like somebody's going out and touring this beforehand? Or,
Yeah, it might be something that we don't realize until the contractor flags it and they're on site and they say, hey, this is actually going to get in our way because, you know, this is where we're staging our equipment rather than where the actual work is necessary. Again, in that case, we're always going to try and work with the landowner. Usually, honestly, we just need a knock on the door and a, hey, you know, we're going to be doing stuff here and your tree's overhanging, could you do it? Or in some cases, if it's associated with a capital project, particularly if it's under grant funding, there's opportunities for us to work with them to get it done quickly and well.
yeah, I guess my thing is just as long as there's awareness out that when it's hanging over and it's in a right of way.
Yeah.
That it has, you know, as part of the project, it'll have to be addressed. Counselor Stevens?
Doesn't happen frequently, but I have gotten phone calls about this in Erskine and neighbors being concerned that, hey, my neighbor's let his trees get overgrown. They've got enough access to the alley. So sometimes it's sparked by public concern calling it. And for that reason, I agree that we should have a time frame, but as always, there is some leniency for extenuating circumstances. So I will move this with option number 1.
Any other questions? Not, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, 8.4, request for decision. Read policy Public Works 2.26 road cleanup program, page 25 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is the last one. You've seen this policy. We've made changes as per your recommendations. It's been out on the website for public feedback, which we have received none. Unless Greg has any comments, again, ask council to approve.
No comments, Greg? Okay. Council, okay?
Just one question. Is this in cooperation or in coordination with the highway cleanups?
No, this is something that we do on our own, but I will say that we try very hard to keep the kids on the paved areas of the county. So the Resource Road, the Fen Road, access roads to hamlets, just so that they're not dealing with dust while they're out there.
I can add that we do mirror a lot of what the province does for their own, right down to using the same training video. But yeah, there's no actual association. This is for us on our roads.
And the only reason I asked that was because I've heard comments in the Denard area that nobody's going to clean up roads this year or getting on with that highway cleanup. So I just wanted to know if that was part of it. So, okay, thank you.
Councilor Gender?
So is this going to relate to pavement roads or are there also some gravel roads that could be included in this?
If we have dust controlled gravel roads, then, and the kids want to do it, like we had the kids in Big Valley School, I keep using Big Valley as an example today, but they were going on a school trip, but they wanted to earn some extra money. So they cleaned the Fen Road and then they went down and did the Scholard Road. But I was comfortable letting them on the Scholard Road because we had dust controlled it. And so they weren't fighting any dust and they got some extra money and they went to Quebec and had a great time.
Okay.
Councilor Stevens?
I'm willing to move it with a small amendment down in the procedure portion. We kind of switch back and forth between miles and kilometers in the wording, and I think it should be consistent. So I would propose the amendment that we switch everything over to kilometers and instead of jumping back and forth.
Whoops, sorry.
Good catch.
Councilor Gender?
I was just wondering, like on point 4, it says council shall advise administration annually. I'm just kind of wondering whether Public Works travels these roads quite a bit, whether we should have any also. And would they mail to say, okay, it's an eyesore, that sort of thing?
Well,
Well, if we have really bad roads that there's lots of garbage on, sometimes the public works will go out and clean them.
I would just point out as far as our policies typically go or typically should go, administration is all of us. So we don't need a policy statement saying administration will advise administration. He's part of the team.
Red tape reduction, buddy. Hey, Council Grover, you had your hand up? Okay, we have motion on the table. Motion on the table called.
You can bring it back.
We had the motion already.
I know that.
Call the question, all in favor?
Just you wanna wait.
Are you in favor? Yeah, you're in favor. Okay, thank you. 8.5. Yes.
If I could, Mr. Reeve, sorry, start working, check. If I could, Mr. Reeve, if we could move on to 10.1, just.
Okay.
In regards to staff time, we have Kara McKenzie and Dan Albus, so if we can move into.
Can we finish up new business like 8.5?
We could, just depending on the discussion.
It'll be as long as last time?
Based on the discussion you had when you approved the purchase of it, I'm thinking we should delay it.
Entirely at your discretion, Mr. Reeve.
Okay. It should hold everybody to account, but 10.1, our presentation on health and safety audit review. So we can get staff back to work, I guess.
Watch, this one will be way longer.
The other one I thought was going to be really
Short, I thought.
so. Now you've created a monster.
I'm not trying to feed the monster, honestly.
Okay, Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to meet with you and give you an update on the health and safety programming and a review of how we did in 2024 and what we're looking at doing in 2025. So to begin with, we have spent the last year, a couple of years actually, rebuilding our Joint Worksite Health and Safety Committee. Now, the Joint Worksite Committee comes from legislation. It is required that we have a committee due to the size of our operation. In the past, it was a volunteer position where we just sent out a message saying anybody who wants to be part of the committee, please let us know. And we ended up with 2 or 3 people, 4 maybe, on the committee. And it wasn't functioning in the way that was best suited for the county. So what we have done in the past couple of years is require a member from each portion of our organization to represent the people that they are, their immediate people that they're working with. And we were able to grow the committee from 5 members to, we're looking at 14 now, and we're continually growing that as we bring on new departments and the fire department and things like that. Over the past year, we've really leaned on the joint committee to review the documentation that the county has in place and the safety manual, starting with the terms of reference, which outlines the responsibilities of each committee member. And then we've worked through the rest of the safety manual as well, with the emergency preparedness directive, the health and safety policies and communication plans, assignments of responsibility, incident investigation, formal inspections, hazard identification, defective tools, all of those things that come up on a regular basis throughout the course of a year. One thing that the audit has identified in the past is that when we complete an incident investigation, we need to be doing more than just saying the operators need to pay more attention, be aware of their surroundings. And one of those things is reviewing our actual safe work practices that we have in our documentation to make sure that we are actually capturing the gaps and closing the gaps that were really leading to the incidents in the first place. And so this is a collection of the safe work procedures that we have reviewed in the last few months. They are an ongoing process. I have another probably 15 to 20 that are on deck to be reviewed over the course of the summer, just as we respond to the incidents and the concerns that are brought forward to the safety committee. To go along with that, we have increased the amount of training that we are providing to the county employees. Some of it is based on the incidents that we're we are encountering, and some of it is just based on knowledge gaps that have been identified through the course of our day-to-day operations. We are focusing on making sure that our operators and our staff are feeling confident and competent in the jobs that they're doing, that they have the training to support them to do the jobs that they're doing, and to remind them that while efficiency is important, it is not the number one goal while we're on county work sites, and that health and safety has to take the priority. So this is just a collection of the training that we're providing. All of our joint committee members are now fully trained up in hazard identification, assessment, and control, as well as their leadership for safety excellence, which includes incident investigation, OH&S, facility inspections, and that sorts of things. So the health and safety training throughout the county has taken a massive incline over the last 3 months, first 3 months of this year, and I expect that to continue throughout the rest of the 2025 and into 2026.
Kara, can we ask questions throughout, or do you want to just wait till the end?
No, throughout, please. Yeah.
Are we using any online portals for training? I've found that there's multiple private options. My company uses Dana Tech, and I found it's far easier for the staff and to coordinate timing because it's pretty flexible when you take it, as opposed to booking a course and getting everyone in person on the same day.
Yes, I agree. So we do try to use a combination of both in-person training and online portals. Alberta Municipal Health and Safety has several online courses that we access on a regular basis. We do WMIS for all of our new hire orientations, forklift training, where we can do the online book learning. We can just schedule that as it comes up as we need it, and then we can do practical demonstrations using the staffing that we already have and our supervisors on site. There is some benefit to having in-person training for different reasons as well, which we try to access when we can. Those things happen on a much less frequent basis, but there is a benefit to bringing, especially our field operators that we don't see as part of the group on a regular basis. We do try to include them in some in-person training just so that we can build the relationships between our staff and we don't have anybody feeling isolated amongst our sites.
So, Kara, I see there's like the top 4 or 5 on there. Effective communication skills comes to a highlight that maybe council could use as well. So at the end of the day, though, are you full on all these courses? Like, would you say your ATV training would be, are you looking for people to put into this? The reason I ask is I was wondering if this wouldn't be something we could extend out to the general public in an offer, at least, to say, listen, like I said, the top 5 there are all ones that I would think anybody that's on the farm right now would probably could utilize very well, right? So, and then also through to the high school as well, if we had some individuals that were at the high school that could come and join us for that type of training, if that again is something that we are not full on our capacity.
That's certainly something that we can explore. Typically, we do have our training courses to the maximum extent, but we only hold them on an infrequent basis so that we can manage that. And there may be opportunities to expand that so we can offer the courses on a more regular basis. There is some pretty interesting courses listed in there. As you mentioned, the effective communication skills, productive communication, and conflict management. Those are ones that have resulted from particular incidents that we've experienced, and I'm sure that you have no doubt which I'm talking about. But those are also useful skills that we don't typically think of providing as part of our regular training communication. So particularly with our field staff, we don't worry about the communication skills so much because they don't have the day-to-day interactions with the ratepayers. That is changing in different situations, and these are courses that I have found are helpful in building relationships not only among our staff but with our ratepayers when we do have experienced conflicts.
I just see the top, like you look at the top of that up to the first aid, maybe even the lawn maintenance, safety awareness. The general public could use all of that. I mean, fall protection might not be as big, but definitely, it's something that, I mean, anybody that does anything out in their yard could use pretty much all of that right now. The commercial vehicle walk around, more and more farmers are running B trains, and I'm sure they have it, but it's good to have a refresher if it's an option.
It's certainly something that we can explore.
Fall protection, what does it relate to?
Well, in this particular case, we were doing some work on the roof of a county facility that it was unusual. And so we needed to have some very serious conversations on how we were going to protect our staff. And that just getting it done when nobody was looking was not an actual solution.
If I could add something to that, I just find that as age becomes onto a person, it used to be that when you were younger, you would watch in the distance. As you age, your eyesight gradually falls down so that it's then you're in front of you. But it's also, we had one part.
Yourself.
I will, for an upcoming younger ones. But it's also one, we just had a fatal accident on a farmer. I believe the circumstance was he was climbing out of a tractor and hit his head and he passed away. So like this is something, it's not just related to, say, like as in heights, but it's also very trip and fall. And I just find, say, like when you become a little bit more physically challenged, mentally challenged too, but it's also one, we've got to take those into account. So it's not just height wise on their care.
Absolutely. And this particular course does refer to working from heights. I have reached out to the keynote speaker that we had at our safety day in August, who has a number of training programs that he has worked out that would deal with the more the slips, trips, and falls, the unplanned events that are not related to working to heights. So we can expect to see that in the next couple of months once the details are all worked out. Okay, so moving past training, what we have discovered, and it's not new information to anybody, but it really highlights it as I did the incident trend analysis here, was that our newly hired employees are our most vulnerable employees, and they appear the most often when we do our incident investigations. And so we have really spent a lot of time improving our orientation processes and making sure that we are capturing those individuals before they actually enter the work site. So they spend 2 days in the meeting rooms with me, going through PowerPoint presentations and checking off all of the boxes of those information that we need to communicate to them. One of the biggest priorities that we need to communicate to all of our employees, but particularly with our new hires, when they are eager to prove themselves, and they're feeling all those overwhelming things that come with starting working out with the county organization, is that we cannot be focusing on hurrying up and getting the job done. We have to take the time to do things properly, consider our hazard assessment, and making sure that we're following those steps and really hammering the point home that efficiency is important, but it is not the number one priority of the county. And that is something that I spend a ton of time with the orientation and making sure that these employees are understanding that before we release them to our county work sites. One of the new things that we have included in the orientation process is our emergency preparedness and what we would do if there was an active threat in the building or affecting any of our work sites, which is a difficult conversation to have, and it does give everybody pause while we're providing training in that situation, and it really makes people question whether or not they want to work for the county in different situations. And I do try to alleviate that stress by saying that this is unlikely, but we do want to have the information available in their brains if something were to arise. And that's something that we touch on very briefly. We spend a lot of time on our hazard identification, assessment, and control processes, what the requirements are for OH&S, and why we're actually doing everything, which is more than just the legislation and the requirements to do that, is that we actually do care about our employees and making sure that they go home. We also discuss the psychological health and safety and how we have the responsibilities to look out for one another. And it's not the way that it used to be. So the orientation has gone from half a day to a full day, 2 full days. I'm sorry, 2 full days of actually touring the county sites and understanding what we're doing before we even start looking at what jobs they're actually going to be doing for the county.
Well, the sad reality is the fact that, you see the active threat response and violence harassment protection plan, but with your employees, you saying looking to see our potential employees if they want to come to work here, you see it in the hospitals, you see it just about in a lot of provincial buildings and pieces. It's really sad that we have to train people on that now. But it
It's
is,
not an easy conversation to have, and you can see the dynamics in the room change as soon as I bring it up.
Councilor Grover.
I think Chair's doing a great bang up job doing this. I've been in some of those sessions where we're on the screen and oil field guys are the worst. They all get over 90% before they're setting there. And I think maybe sometimes they need to be taught, so, because they basically cheat on the test.
Right.
And what, they're only cheating, well, they're only cheating themselves. You know that, right? You work in the field. I think you've been doing a pretty good job, and I think you should keep doing what you're doing. And one thing I didn't want to know in the last year, incidents.
Well, it just turns out that I have several slides.
She'll have many slides on this.
I can certainly go through that with you, but thank you very much for your kind words, Councillor Grover.
Thank you, but oil field doesn't
So
make people cheat on their
Mr.
test.
Grover, you have this from experience when you worked in the oil patch? Is that what you're saying?
I'm wondering that myself too.
Yeah, the pass the sheet around and come on. So you're doing a good job, just keep doing it.
It has been very recently where certain department heads and I have had lengthy conversations about whether or not the online portals is the way to go, because it is certainly a more efficient way of providing the training, but it does leave some gaps in the relationship buildings that we have, and that is something that we do need to focus on as well. So we do try to use a mix of the online and the in-person training, and I do like to hassle people as much as I can. So. And getting into our incident trend analysis, we did have 55 incidents reported in 2024, which was lower than we had in 2023 and 2022. There's not a lot of surprises in this trend analysis as we go through it. Our permanent employees were involved in the majority of the incidents because we do work longer hours and more months of the year. So it's not that the permanent full-time staff are just riding the Wild West out here, but it's just a matter of circumstances. And as we look at the trends by employee level, there were several incidents that affected the entire organization, so we did have to capture all employee levels, but there is no actual category that is immune to seeing incidents involved. Unfortunately, this year, our workers are very well represented on this graph, and we did have a third-party individual who was affected by an incident that did happen on our worksite. Actually, more than one, if we look at the actual incidents. Our trends by year of service, we see our new hires with less than 2 years, 0 to 2 years of experience with the county as our most represented category here. And then it does work its way down to the lifers that work here. This is a change over the last couple of years. So 3 years ago, our category with 15 or more years of experience was our most represented, and then it has gradually been shifting back. So between the 8 and 4s, the 2 and 7s, and now we're back to the 0s to 2s, this is what we would expect with our younger, our less experienced employees. They're new to the organization. This can be a difficult place to work at different times of the year, and there's a lot of information that we throw at our new employees within the first couple of years that they are here. So the feelings of overwhelm, the eagerness to prove themselves, and we sometimes make poor choices that lead us into seeing incidents resolved. Our incidents by type are pretty well represented. Property damage is our biggest representation here. Injuries and illnesses are much higher than I would like to see. And there is a little bit of debate on whether or not we should be reporting vehicles being stuck or off-road. So that is an ongoing debate we have. But property damage and injuries are our biggest categories there. Our trends by month, January continues to be the month where we see the highest number of incidents, and that can be seen over the past years as well. The summer months, we often see some, and then as we move into the fall, which is exactly what we are seeing here. Last year, I believe it was June and July that we saw the increase in incidents, or in 2023, it was June and July, we saw the uptick in incidents over the summer, and this year was in August. Interestingly enough, we've seen a change in this graph for the past several years. Tuesdays and Thursdays between 10 and 2 is when we would see our highest number of incidents, and now we're switching to Wednesdays and Thursdays, where we see our highest category of our incidents.
Can I ask the question? We do work on weekend. We're not seeing any incidents on our weekends?
We did not.
We should only work weekends from now on.
We did not see incidents on the weekends this year, and that's not unexpected because the majority of our staff is Monday to Friday. So when there is weekend activities, it's a smaller group of individuals, and they're much more careful.
Well, and I mean, you are working overtime, and fatigue does fall into that, so I always wonder if that would be something. That's interesting.
And the fatigue is an important point because you can see how that dictates through this graph.
In the past, it's interesting to see it Monday used to be the day.
Yeah, Monday used to be the day, but we have toolbox meetings Monday morning. And then by Wednesday, I guess they wear off.
That's interesting points.
So what we've done to counteract that is, at least within the operations department, we do on a monthly basis require all of our employees to come to a mandatory safety meeting on a Wednesday afternoon or Thursday afternoon, where we can capture most of them with avoiding the Monday and Friday vacation times. And then we go through some highlights of the past month. 10 and 2 used to be our highlights. Now it's coffee time between 10 and 12 and 2 and 4. And I think that would follow the same trends as the days of the week, right? So we come in, we're kind of ready, everybody's on their game. And then once you kind of get settled into the routines of the day is when we start seeing things go a little bit south on us. We rest and we regroup over lunchtime, and then by coffee time, we're back at it. Our 5-year comparison, we see a bit of an incline there in 2022, but we are reducing again through 2024 as we compare it. Our certification audit, was there any questions about our incidents? No?
Councilor Gender?
Wondering, okay, like with these, have you seen any differential in payments at WCB? Means that our trend is possibly.
Yes, we did have 2 lost time incidents in 2024. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a general decrease in our payments to WCB, where in 2022, I think we were 76% worse than industry average. In 2023, we were 67% worse than industry average. And for 2025, we're projected to be 5% better than industry average.
That would be less contributions being on our behalf then.
Yes. So our contributions are based on our lost time incidents for the past 3 years. So it's a running average, which is when we've had a few incidents that were longer term lost time incidents, and that did result in higher premiums over the last few years.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm very happy to see our number of incidents is dropping since 2021. So that's nice to see. I just had one question on, it seemed like the large portion of incidents was property damage. So correct me if I'm wrong, but at least in that type of incident, they're not putting themselves at a health risk as bad as, some of the other incidents that could be.
I would much prefer to see property damage than person damage.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking I was reading that graph correctly, but so yeah, I mean, that's something that needs to be worked on, but at least it's not as dangerous for sure. Good. Yeah, good job.
So we did experience our external certification audit in October and November of this year. We did quite well with an overall result of 86% over the 10 elements. Our element number 1, leadership and management commitment to health and safety, we were almost perfect where we got 99%. And that last 1%, I think, is up for debate, but the auditors get to say what the auditors want to say. Other priorities, or other deficiencies that were identified is our documentation continues to be a bit of an issue where we are actually doing a lot of the things that our program does require, but our documentation falls off, particularly with our practical demonstrations. So we bring in new employees and we spend a lot of time doing orientation. We spend a lot of time training them on site with one-on-one training with their supervisors and experienced operators, but we were not capturing that in a way that the auditors were found acceptable. So we have changed some of the processes that we're doing in the documentation standards. I'm working very hard to get our online programming available so that it's easier for everybody to complete these forms and to document them and acknowledge the documentation that we're reading. But that process is a lot slower than I would like to see. Our preventative maintenance program, there is some improvements that need to be made just in the outline of it and the directive of it. And the rest of it is pretty well what we expected. We have some difficulty meeting the own standards that we have set for ourselves, investigating within certain timeframes of incident investigations, having the corrective actions be implemented and complete. And it's not because people are not doing what we're saying that we're doing. It's that these standards, the way they're worded, make it difficult for us to implement a corrective action and then review that and implement a new one if it wasn't working in the way that we had thought it would. So it's a little bit of, we just have to reword the directives. And then our next steps in going into 2025 and beyond, we have another 3 years before our external audit, and we would like to improve on our result. Through that, we need to see our visible leadership and commitment. So our leaders need to be arriving at our safety meetings, wearing their PPE and walking the same walk that we expect everybody else to walk. Through no fault of their own, when we have safety day, I know exactly which leaders are there and which are not before I've ever looked at the attendance schedule, because people pay attention and they let me know right away when meetings are continually scheduled during our safety training. And like I said, it's not necessarily anybody's fault. It's the nature of the game in municipal government, but it is something that our employees do pay attention to. Proactive hazard identification is important because as we went through the incident trend analysis, you would have noticed that the leading underlying cause of our incidents is unsafe processes, which means that our employees have made choices that have led to them being in an incident. And it's quite often we see improper motivation, which sounds a lot harsher than it actually is. But what that means is that people are focusing on efficiency and getting the job done quickly and to the standards of the ratepayers, because if everybody wants the county to look good, and it is resulting in missteps along the way, which sometimes the missteps can be small and have big consequences. Psychological safety and well-being is something that I spend a lot of time working on and meeting with our staff, particularly if there have been some red flags or triggers that have been identified. So I do spend a lot of time trying to meet with our staff and touch base, make sure that we are providing a safe and supportive workplace to the best of our abilities. When there are incidents of harassment and violence that we do see on an increasing basis over the last few years, it's very important that we are offering the support, making sure that people have counseling and therapy options in addition to the physical medical attention that may be required. Accountability and recognition amongst our staff is important, and making sure that when those missteps are happening, that we are understanding that there is often going to be consequences for that, and it is more important to report an incident than to leave the incident to be discovered down the road, because that creates further problems. And the goal, of course, of the health and safety program is that we would lead with a contagious calm, where we're not responding to crisis situations and then spreading that amongst our employees, but that we are dealing with these things in a calm and cool and collected manner so that we can actually be leading the program rather than just responding. And that was the end of my presentation. If anybody has questions.
Questions for Karen? I think it was a very well summarized, Karen, and well presented. So, and the leadership buy-in is very noticeable. And that's what changes. That's what starts to change your trend too.
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Tender.
Like when you first started on, I'm just kind of wondering, like in your own perspective on how things, how I guess your views have been accepted, gone, I'll say accepted.
We have made progress in developing the culture of health and safety at the county. A few years ago, particularly through the COVID years, we really lost sight of that. And that was evidenced when we, through the results of our audits. We have made big steps into improving the culture of health and safety at the county. It's never going to be a finished job. There's always going to be challenges that we're fighting. And when we look at the day-to-day operations, when people are really feeling the pressure to get the job done and get on to the next thing, we will always see those missteps along the way. But we have come a long way, and I think we should be very proud of what we have done. And it's not me that's leading the program, it's the Joint Committee. It is the actual people doing the job.
Thank you very much. Can I get somebody to
Motion to receive for information.
call the question? All in favor? And that would be carried. 10.2 memo, read dust precedent 25, page 30 of our package.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, I'll start this off. So in previous discussions, council had requested some information involving the county sites that dust control is used at the cost of the county and some of the background behind it. So at that point, staff took it upon themselves. We started doing a review of all the sites. We've prepared this document for council's review in efforts to allow you some time to digest the sites, think of some questions that you may have as we move forward into our next meeting, where we will be bringing more information in regards to traffic counts on certain locations, where we are providing dust control as it was previously more of an industry control for dust, that the industry was creating dusty conditions around ratepayer residences that we felt as though we needed to control that dust in areas like that, as well as just in an overview as to we would like to also change a little bit of the product that we are offering for use on our roads. To the ratepayers, as well as for the county to use at our own discretion, to two products based mostly on the concerns that we're having with some of the effectiveness of the product, depending on the year and the success that we are having with products, and what we do see that there is value in when we do apply those products to the roads. Also, we'll be looking at amending and upping the amount of product that we would suggest be put on the dust suppressions in areas from 2 liters up to 2.5 liters per square meter, as well as we'd be looking at that time at our next meeting to see if there are any locations that are listed on this map that the council wishes to maybe change or adapt to or reduce or expand, I guess, at the council's discretion.
So would it be advantageous, and what would the cost be, is if we did 2 applications versus you're talking about 2.5, if we expanded to a situation where we maybe did 2 applications versus 1? And I know what we've had in the past is weather plays such a big game in playing with these guys as booking them. And we do see different weather even within our boundary of the county. So if we had 2 booking dates with them, would we get a better service and better product maybe?
Currently with the calcium products, we are applying those twice a year. So it's earlier on in the summer and then later in the fall, those applications are being made. What we're seeing with the calcium specifically product is that weather does play a large role, mostly of course, right after the application. If we get the application in and then, your weather changes depending on if we get intense rain or if we've got long spells of dry heat, it does affect that product and its effectiveness quite a bit. The other thing that we are seeing is, of course, your road construction or your aggregate does make the difference as well. So your fines or your more coarse aggregates will change the effectiveness as well. So what we are looking at in regards to changing the application rate that we use is to somewhat shield us from the.
So just on the calcium, not on the oil?
Yes, so correct. It would be on the calcium. Mr. Elbster, Dan, can you please, would we be doing it as well, upping the oil on the DL10 if that was what we were using?
Yeah, we do want to, but
And we applied the DL10 once a year?
once a year, yeah.
So that's what I was wondering, and my apologies to be a little clearer, is I was wondering if that DL10, if we booked, and I know it's a booking issue lots of times that we have with that, is that once we book them, they're pretty hardcore at being here and gone when they're.
Once they're on site, yeah, they're.
Yeah. Like, so I'm wondering if we booked twice a year and did that. I don't know, I'm just a suggestion.
The other, I guess, item that we would need to address at that point in time is cost.
That's what I'm.
If you're working with a DL10 product, your investment initially is a little more expensive, and that it's not going to be quite as cost effective if you're moving to twice a year application.
Yeah, more cost. That's what I was just wondering, if there was, if it was a substantial cost.
It will be.
Okay.
Councillor Stevens?
Just for clarification, the individual landowners, farmers, acreage owners that intermittently or every year take part in this program, that isn't included in our map, correct?
Correct. These locations are solely the locations that the County of Stettler funds and applies at our cost.
I know there's one very major coulee to the north of us that we've had issues with. Is it looking at changing product too, or what's our steps on that this year?
Is that the,
Paulson coulee?
that'll stay the same.
It was calcium last year, wasn't it?
No, it's NG30.
It was NG30.
Yeah.
For slippery this spring, I had a lot of complaints with the first melt.
So it's probably slippery because I had to go scratch the ice when it rained. Everyone remembers the rain, right? I went up there, I got really aggressive. So we might have to gravel it.
If I may, that is some of what we do see with the MG30 is that you can see that at certain times of the year, you may find it to be a lot more of a lighter, greasier type surface. But that's where we are again working with our aggregate, depending on what the road surface is like at that point in time. However, we do see over the longevity of the product and the overall satisfaction with it controlling the dust throughout the season is far better.
Well, it worked very well up there other than this first, really the complaints were slipperiness, and we've been doing it for 3 or 4 years now. So it might show the difference in the winter also.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's a very steep at that location, so.
Councillor Gender?
The price difference between your MG30 and your calcium and the amount of times that you have to apply it and the effectiveness, how are you weighing out or how are you finding it?
We received tenders and had our tender opening on our product, and we'll be bringing that to council at the next meeting as well. But what we do see in that, and you'll see reflected in the pricing, is that from our standpoint, there is value in the small investment or the slight investment in moving to the MG30 product over the calcium for what you'll see as effectiveness throughout the season.
A couple of falls ago, I believe like you had applied to the MG30, there was just south of or west of the shop going west. And then there was also south of Bath at that where that power station was. And I believe it's still in effect today. So like myself, I've been very pleased like seeing those products we're using.
And if I may, what we've done as well, we've had a couple of locations that were previously like a like a chip seal topping locations. We had one out south of Highway 12 that we worked up, milled up, and put back down with the MG30. And it improved the road surface greatly in that location, achieving what we needed it to achieve in dust reduction and washboard, reducing the washboard in that location. And so I think it's, yeah, and I mean, I guess my opinion solely would be if, any money is invested in a dust control product by a ratepayer or the county of Stettler, if we're investing it and we see substantial dust issues after a short period of time, then that's money, not well invested. Whereas if we can move and expend a little bit more money on a superior product and you see that you get the longevity and the effectiveness out of it, then it's money well spent in that regard.
Looking forward to your presentation. Thank you, Greg.
Just a question, is there South Hall Road on this?
The Scholar Road, correct, yes, it is here. It's under the calcium.
Okay, well, that's the numbers I was missing when I looked, so. Councilor Stevens?
I appreciate the presentation. There's a spot in my ward that I was unaware that we were doing dust control on. And there's nothing worse than we're doing it because that's the way it's always done. So having that overall second look makes a ton of sense. And we're still bringing back a policy change for group requests, if you will. And I think that's important to fairness. If a farmer's willing to pay for it or an acreage owner, then should they not be similar rules for a subdivision or a cluster that requests?
That we can definitely look at. And that some of that is what we've been working on with our traffic counts as well on some of these locations, and the fact that we want to understand exactly, are we no longer seeing the industry point of view in some of these locations? Or as you just mentioned, do we need to ensure that we have it very clearly stated as to who will pay in what situation?
And I guess we had some confusion with, I don't think it's the way it was presented to people, but it was a misunderstanding on how some of these products are supposed to work for the ones that are paying for it. So if we just look at what we are putting out on that again this year, I think we need to make things.
I know sometimes in front of cemeteries are included, and is that usually just if there's product left over, or is that a planned application?
It's planned. It's planned.
It's planned, okay.
We do all cemeteries that are on gravel.
Mr. Chairman, to your point about that is that's been an ongoing issue about the expectation of the product on a regular basis. It just never seems to, for whatever reason, and you can clarify as best you can clarify, but at the end of the day, if it breaks down early, people are just, they seem to have a very short memory.
And if I may, a lot of what we're looking at is we hope to relay to ratepayers that the traffic, if they do have concerns in regards to dust in their area, and in particular in front of their residents, excessive traffic does break down the products. So, I mean, to be effective, we want to use a better product, and it would be, worthwhile for them to invest in a better product, understanding that we need to be able to offer them a bit of a selection to suit the budget, absolutely. But in our minds, if you've got an issue and you've got concerns about dust with your property, very likely you have enough traffic in regards that, a calcium only product is not going to give you quite the satisfaction that you're looking for over the summer.
And Mr. Chairman, just again, the date for bookings, when do we need to have bookings into you guys? Okay, I think we need to communicate that as well, because when that's happened in the past where people have, oh crap, I forgot to get that booked in. I hope that we're touching base with people that have done it in the past.
Yes.
But then we also need to get it out to new people to remind everybody. Which could very much send an email to all councillors so that when we are conversing with our ratepayers that we can convey that to say, get your hoop and a scoop and get this to the county X.
Absolutely. That was our intention with bringing this information and having this discussion at this point in time. Our timeline is basically at submit this with council today, have a discussion so that it's fresh in your mind. Our tenders will be, as I said, we received and opened them. We'll be preparing that document for council's next meeting. So by the end of March, we'll have our products. Basically, this will be our options for ratepayers. This will be our cost that it'll be at. These are the locations in the county that we will continue to apply the dust control products to. And these are our reasons why. The policy basically taking it forward as to how you want to move forward in regards to multi-lot subdivisions or high density population areas. Basically start the conversation now so that we can have things ironed out. And then by our deadline, which I believe is in May, to have that ready so that basically the ratepayers have all the information in their hands.
Plus, if we could, maybe through communications, just get that reminder out so people start thinking about it. If that would be possible. Councilor Grover?
She's shaking her head.
Yes, I hope it's yes. Yeah. Councilor Grover?
I don't think you're gonna ever get rid of some of it. You go into a guy's yard, a guy right by me, and the other guy, well, why can't I get it now? Well, that was a long time ago, you should put your name in. But guess what? He didn't get any that summer. But the next summer, he was one of the first guys to put his name on the list to get it. They didn't get it done. So I think, we can only call them so much. And I think they gotta.
As long as we have the information out and just throw that deadline out in front of people so that they're aware, and then we have the documentation out on kind of what products we've chosen.
Maybe a pamphlet or two and throw it in the smoke.
Your mic, Mr.
Yeah, your mic really don't.
You want mine?
Yeah,
Well,
please.
okay. No, like Big Valley there, I think.
Can you give him a mic? Because it's not working at all.
You shut it off.
Garbage. Aha. It's a plot. That's better. Yeah. Oh, just before in time, I like about a month and a half before, I think I'll get some posters, put them up at places like they go, like the hall and at the post office. A lot of them don't read the county connection, believe it or not. But, just to throw around so that they know, word gets around that way. Everybody got to go get their mail, and Stettlers too. Thank you. That works good.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, if there's any information that council would like specifically, if you could let us know as soon as it kind of comes to your mind, or if you have questions, by all means, contact myself and we can get that relayed and have it put together. If it makes your decisions one way or the other a little more easier, offers you up the information that you require.
Yeah, I think there's a couple steps here because we gotta go through and pick product.
Yep, absolutely.
On the other hand, too, we just to get people talking about it, whether they're going to do it or not, say that instead of saying the deadline passed. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on this? Councilor Gender?
When they bring the product down, or do they bring it down in a truck and then apply it that same day?
Yep.
You don't store it on hand?
No. Yeah, basically, Dan does the work at contacting our supplier, arranging the dates, locations, and basically then we at the same time need to have the applicator graders, so to incorporate it into the gravel. So we need to have those on site, make sure our site locations are ready for it, as well as the weather does play a part.
Thanks, Greg. Make a motion that we accept for information, please.
Okay. We'll call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried. Thank you. And thank Dan and Kara for those presentations. Now we'll go back to 8.5, request for decision, additional snow plow, page 28 of the package.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is coming out of the approval that council gave us last council meeting to purchase the one new snowplow for 2025 as per our capital plan during budget. But there is some concern about the increase in price, especially with the on again, off again tariffs that are going on, plus the emissions tax that is scheduled to be put on vehicles. It could be better for us to purchase a second one because we do know that that we're going to have to look at doing the second one in a couple of years, or we could wait, but we just wanted to bring back some options, also update you on the delivery date because it is quite a ways down the road, and see if you had any comments about moving forward with the second one or not.
Mr. Member?
So I thought maybe this was just Gregory throwing his hat in the room and seeing if we could get a truck passed. And then when it got passed, he came back with another one. No. My question with this one is just, does it fit with our tender process? Because we never did tender a second truck. So are we okay we're on side with that?
Yeah, the way it went out, we tendered for plow truck. The tenders we received were all received for specific, this is what it would cost for a plow truck. At the point in time, if we determined that we wanted to engage with that successful tender and increase to a second truck, there's no issues or concerns in that regard.
Okay.
Mr. Stevens?
I requested that this come back, and my mindset was, if the trucks are in as bad a shape as what we've been led to believe, then I do not want to kick this can down the road a year and have to panic purchase at a premium what's available now. If this is something that needs to be replaced next year, well, I don't want to wait till next year and pay $95,000 extra to get the one immediately from Brett. And I just want to get ahead of it. So my biggest question is, will we have to replace this second truck next year?
So, and I touched on it a bit in the information portion of this request for decision. In 2024, we deemed both plow trucks a priority, requiring replacement. In our capital replacement plan, one was immediate. However, seeing that we had other equipment that we needed to replace and work with, we separated them and put a replacement in 2025 and a replacement in 2026. Upon doing that, we presented to council, very much so under the guidance that, if we got one this year, we would be able to, between the two that were remaining, keep the second one that we would need on the road. As most times this winter, as the trucks came in, we had one or the other in the shop for a couple of days after use, just ensuring that the wiring, et cetera, things like that was going to be all right for the next time that it snowed and they were called upon. So with that, we did, like I mentioned in the document, we had our scheduling meeting as well as our design meeting with Viking Civis. And during that time, there were certain cost-saving opportunities that were brought forward in our discussions. And there was also some enlightenment as to some potential upcoming concerns that there may be with pricing. These trucks currently are on the ground in Calgary, so they do fall outside of potentially any tariff increases that we may see, or delivery delays that may also be incurred. As my meetings with Viking Civis, we had information and dialogue regarding what the major truck manufacturers are planning to do going forward. Some of those plans will relate to extended delay periods that trucks will be available. So that was one of the topics of discussion. The others were, as CEO Cassidy mentioned, we have an EPA warranty regulation that will come in effect in the US, and very likely then, as we've seen with all the other regulations, will be coming in effect into Canada, that potentially at this point in time, the engine and the truck manufacturers state that there can be an increase between $15,000 to $25,000 per truck chassis unit. They haven't put their number down on paper yet because they want to see exactly what the government regulation will read before they decide and put a number on it. With that as well, we do have the tariff issue, delay issue, EPA concerns over increased costs going forward as the warranties will be regulated and increased to cover all of the emission control standard equipment that is on the trucks. The other note is that there would be, of course, because these trucks are on the ground in Calgary, they are able to offer us a discount if there are two. Of course, they build them side by side equals. There are some cost efficiencies for them. The last point I was wanting to make, and just bear with me as I move through. The last point that I was going to make is in relation to, just one moment, sorry, my computer jumped on me. Anyways, was in relation to the fact that in another year, there will be a provincial contract coming out. And at that time, that's when all your main contractors in the province of Alberta will put in their orders. And it's expected to be 150 plus trucks at that moment in time that will need to be produced in the province. Those contracts take priority. Therefore, many of the others, if they receive those orders after that point, so if we were to order one this year and then into next year order one more truck, we may see delivery delays as well as the cost implication as well. So with council's decision to move in this direction with this tender, there was initially 495,000 was allocated in the budget for the purchase of a plow truck, dedicated plow truck. With this option, we are seeing that our order for one truck was roughly in $376,000. So there would be the opportunity to, the budget funds are there that, we would see the remainder of the budget funds being able to go towards potentially a purchase of the second truck. So that would reduce the amount of reserves that would also have to be allocated then to the purchase of a second truck this year. Delivery dates have been set for the truck would be mid to late October.
So just on quick figuring, we basically out of this budget, we're going to save about 120 grand, costing us on the new truck about 250 transfer from reserves. Would we transfer that back to reserves for 2026? Is that the plan?
We definitely could. The reserves are there for a rainy day, and for us to capitalize on any, cost saving opportunities that may present themselves. This could be one, if that's the direction council wants to.
And I just wondered how you would deal with it. I'm either or it's not like it's a burning issue for me. I'm just wondering more for,
I do think, looking at the budget, that Public Works probably has a bigger wish list than a second snowplow. But because of the back and forth with our counterparts to the south, and we're not sure about the emissions and things like that that are coming in, tax that are coming into effect. If we have an opportunity to capitalize, maybe we should take it.
So my other question then is there any value on the two junkers we've got now?
Yeah, those trucks, we would likely utilize a couple of different opportunities for sale. Of course, we're coming to the end of snowplow season. So initially what I would see us doing is utilizing the canoe procurement online. So basically we can list those two units online. It's like a selling site through Canoe. We'd utilize that throughout the summer and whatnot, and see what the interest is with our pricing that we would place on them for value. And if not, then we could then look into the fall as potential auction items.
So would we don't have any use for putting a different option for these guys, repurposing them?
No, currently our concerns that we have with the trucks,
I don't see that it would be a good use of investment dollars to repurpose them into another use.
Oh, no, we're gonna, if anybody watches this, we want to know they're perfect shape. They're really good. They are awesome units when they're looking on the website to see what they want to buy.
I do believe that people, when they are looking at used sander plow trucks, know exactly what they're getting and what they're getting into and what to look for. I would not shield them from that in any point, way, or shape, or form.
No, that's fair enough. You've answered my questions. Thank you for that.
If I may, Mr. Reeve as well, I would just like to bring to attention through our discussions with the Viking Civets, we did get a greater detail of the base warranty and then the extended warranty options that are available. So we took those and had discussions with our shop staff mechanics, and seems as we got a detailed list of the items that are not covered underneath the base warranty and the items that are covered underneath the extended warranty. We do, I did add in there under the options to place one or all of the extended warranty items for the value that they do offer. With discussions, as you see, in engine after treatment system, $1,200. We have seen where there are sensors that are in excess of $1,000 that we do replace on diesel trucks. So that value would definitely be something over the 5 years that would be well worth it.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm ready to move forward. That I would make the motion that the county Stettler number 6 directs operations staff to proceed with amending the purchase order to account for a second dedicated highway plow truck, Viking Civis, and for $371.96, and that the county of Stettler approves the additional of all following extended warranties: Plan A, engine after treatment, and the Allison 45 RDS extended warranty.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. You did get the correct pricing off the screen. Yeah. Councilors.
I just have a quick question. If hypothetically the after treatment was deleted, would that cause issues with their CBIP? I can't speak for semis, but in equipment, because we're not subject to CBIPs, we put that money towards deleting. Leave it on until the warranty period runs out, and it's just non-stop.
What we're seeing right now with your base warranty is that there's very little of the after treatment system that is covered under the base warranties. And we are actually seeing in the fine print, when you read them, the base warranties, once that chassis is purchased and starts basically remodeling, so outfitting it with whatever purpose that truck will achieve, those warranties then are enacted. So we do see basically warranties that are a 12 or 24 month warranty on certain items that with the delay that we have in the delivery, some of those items do get kicked into place immediately. So we kind of, they have a very interesting way of being able to get around some of that stuff the manufacturers do.
My question was a little more pointed. If we were to delete that, would it cause issues with our CVIP and safety inspections for these trucks?
We have pieces of equipment that have been deleted, and the CVIP does carry through.
Okay, then I am not in favor of the extended warranty for
So
after.
you make a friendly amendment just on that portion.
Just on that portion, yes.
So just on the second piece out of the three of the warranty.
Correct.
That's engine after treatment. So we would lose the 1225 plus applicable taxes, right?
Yes, right.
I am 100% behind that.
I think that's a friendly amendment. Councilor Gender.
So on this, is it still going to be a 45-week delivery for both trucks?
So delivery on both trucks would remain at that mid to late October delivery. That would stand firm with whether the order was one for one truck or for two. They do see efficiencies when they build two. So he said, there are opportunities for them if they get the order that you know what, they can make it happen in that same time period.
So then we could possibly put these 2 units that we have up for sale prior to the season coming on for someone else to look at that.
Yeah, we would have a better understanding. That's why my intention was that we could put him on canoe and for the summer, as there likely wouldn't be a whole lot of interest in it. With that point, you can determine whether or not you accept the sale or not. And then we would be able to have a better understanding of where the final delivery date would be on the new trucks. And then make that determination of whether we felt confident that we were going to get them before a snow event in the year, or and sell them, or if we wanted to hang on to them a little bit longer and then wait and get rid of them in the fall, depending on how the delivery dates and schedules were set with the new ones.
What years are the 2 that we have? What years are they?
Mr. Alvisser, do you have a?
They're 2011,
Both of them?
roughly. Yeah.
The only concern I have is, say, like, we make these 2 purchases now, these 2 same purchases are gonna wear out the same length of time. So we're putting it on future council decisions to be making the same purchase back then.
That happens every time we buy it.
That'd be their problem down the road.
Well, you never know. One truck might trade early, one might.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, just to add to that, what we do intend to see with these 2 trucks, as they are going to be dedicated plow trucks and not utilized in our gravel fleet as well, that we will see longevity in these trucks as well. Going through the design with Viking Cives, there are design features that have been built into these trucks to assist with being able to clean them out and not incur the rust and deterioration that we often see with vehicles that are being used for this type of work. So with that being said, I do see that we will see extended periods of time that these vehicles will be in great shape and utilization for the county of Stettler. So it'll be dollars spent. Well,
Mine life time.
I don't know that I'll see them when they go, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of the motion, because in history, equipment like this never seems to go down in price. And the question of unavailability is really high, I think, so that if you, a bird in the hand's worth 2 in the bush, if they're available, I think we should grab them. And especially when we can get them before next snow season. So I think it's a good move for the county to go ahead with these 2 at the same time.
And just, I have one comment before we go to vote on this too, is the fact that the amount our plow trucks are used now compared to the past, with the increase in hamlets, the increase in like up at the lake, we've got our secondary roads, and it really brought it to light when we were doing the airport. They're taxed very heavily, and if one's down, it throws us off schedule very much. So in all of it, for our snow removal, the demands, the amount of ratepayer requests that come on when we have our snowfalls, we need to have trucks on the road that are running.
I may as well, Mr. Reeve, I do believe the council will be happy to know that through the design phase on these trucks, Mr. Alvisser and I were able to understand and incorporate that there will be a variable system that will track with the speed of the truck. So we should see a better utilization of product and not an overspreading in some locations that then cause concerns later on down the road as well. So there are definitely some sides to being able to utilize these.
Okay. No other questions? I'll call the question, all in favor, and that is carried. Thank you, Gregory.
Thank you.
Easy.
Yeah, we could have got through that.
We're not letting you get away that easy.
Exciting as I thought.
Yeah, you came with a safety vest. That's how bad you thought.
Hey, we do have a bylaw, number 11.1 bylaw, 1741-25, animal control bylaw for first, second, and third readings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrew, would you like to speak to this one?
Yeah, three.
So we took this bylaw for a comprehensive review that administration took. This originally came out of a request from the Ag Services Board to evaluate regulating nuisance livestock such as wild boar and honeybees. So we did include new provisions to develop a permitting system for those types of agricultural operations. But at the same time, we did do sort of a major overhaul to make the bylaw more operative, reduce our chances of being challenged based on the evolving law. So I'll just go through a few of the highlights. The vicious dogs portion, we did put some guardrails up on it. So we basically better define what a vicious dog is. We also made some clarity that a person with a declaration of a vicious dog who is ordered to do certain things with the dog, keep them inside or whatever, the bylaw officer determines they will have a time limit identified in the order that requires that. If they want to continue to keep the vicious dog, we would now require proof of liability insurance covering any damages that animal might take. And then lastly, with vicious dogs, there used to be a prohibition against breeding vicious dogs. This is one of the clauses that, based on the evolving legal landscape, is more likely to be successfully challenged. So we are recommending removal of it. Generally, it's the idea that it's the nature versus nurture on vicious dogs that the breed doesn't affect the propensity as much as the environment. So that's just something we've seen evolving over time. Impounded dogs, we spoke with our kennels, our animal control kennels, Old McDonald kennels, and they are on board with these changes. So under the Municipal Government Act, we were actually required to, and I hate using this term, but keep lost property longer than we were keeping animals for. Legally speaking, animals are property. And that's the wording I don't like, but that is accurate legally. So what we have suggested is that a dog that is identifiable, we will keep for 30 days. So that is any dog that's got, a tattoo or a microchip or a collar, anything like that. But if they're lacking all of that, we would only keep the dog for 7 days. And it's kind of a two-part reason for this. So one is it really encourages our ratepayers to put appropriate identification with their animals. A tattoo and a microchip, both great options, lets us track down the owner, and it helps us reunite animals. It's not a negative in any way. But then secondly, where we can't find the owner, keeping it for longer isn't going to benefit us that much more. And we're less likely to come up against a challenge that may consider the lost property provisions of the MGA applicable. Of course, our shelter is a no-kill shelter that houses the dogs. So at the end of that 7 days, the animal wouldn't be destroyed. It would be available for adoption effectively. And at that point, the kennel does take over responsibility for the costs of that animal after the 7 days or after the 30 days where it's identified.
Question from Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just statistically speaking, what have we done in the past? Like, have we had a bunch of people over the 7 days show up and go, where's my dog?
We've had a couple.
That lasted that long?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what were the typical days? Like, I'm just wondering, is 7 days the hard and fast rule, or is 10? If we have, statistically speaking, most everybody by the end of 10 days have picked up their dog, we get 90% of them, that's great. If 7 days we're at 65%, maybe it's a movement that we move.
The one that sticks out of my head, and this was a few years ago prior to going to Old McDonald's, is that I think they were on vacation, and who was ever looking after their dog, it got loose and they didn't bother to notify the owners, got picked up. It was a 2-week period. When the owners got back, the dog had been put down.
So what is the implication of us keeping the dog for a little bit longer?
Cost, yeah.
To the county.
To the county, well, I suppose to the county if it doesn't get picked up by the owner. So if the owner does come in at, day 7 or with an identifiable dog, they're on vacation and they're, closer to day 25 or 30, we're going to make them pay the boarding fees at that point. But and if we can identify the owner, we're going to try and charge them regardless. They would cover the boarding fees. We did update the boarding fees in the bylaw. We would charge out $75 a day, but that is beyond our direct costs. That includes a lot of our administrative time. So the actual out-of-pocket cost that we get is, I think, closer to about $40 a day.
Well, I would make that one change that I think it should be, and I hate to go with 7 days, but I mean, it happens, right? We just talked about, Mr. Gender talked about people being on holidays to cut their trees down or whatever, and they don't get back in time. Like this, I'm leaning to that, and I'd like to hear what other councillors think, but I'm leaning to a 15-day period to give it that opportunity. If you're on holidays for 2 weeks,
Somebody has to be feeding that dog every day. I would think they'd realize that even if you were on holidays, that dog wasn't there. And the 7 days is about par with most cities and municipalities, right? Yeah.
It's pretty standard for the limited use I've had with it. One of the suggestions I would make to council is instead of going with all 3 readings is perhaps give it first reading and put it out for public consultation. It's a pretty extensive bylaw, and I think that it would be great to get some public feedback.
The last time we did this one.
Yeah,
there was some actions around that.
Yeah, the dogs and animal, the dogs and regular sort of household animals may not be the more controversial, but later on we'll talk about some of the things that administration would recommend some at least stakeholder engagement on, if not a more comprehensive public engagement. So certainly we can make amendments in the interim.
Councillor Stevens?
I'm not overly concerned about the timeline. I think it happens so rarely because it's a no-kill shelter. The chances of them fostering or adopting out a dog within a 3-day span to get it on day number 10 is slim to none. They still have the option to go and get their dog afterwards. I think the chances of that dog getting adopted on day number 8 are pretty slim to none. Like, these shelters have a backlog of animals.
But if it's a dog, I like dogs. I'm a big dog fan.
Okay, we'll drop them all off of here.
Part and parcel, if you've had anything done at the vets, so the vets usually offer free tattoo or, try to reduce the cost on chipping your dog so that identification is on them if you're taking them to a vet. So
I'm okay with it. I'm not saying 100% that my dog won't be the one running down the road, but I'm pretty confident he's a stay-at-home mutt. I could walk by with a whole raft of sheep and then he'd probably jump in line.
Okay, Andrew, can Andrew go ahead of you, or you got?
I've got a question.
Okay.
On 6.1, where it says a CAO may declare a dog, do we really want to put that another onus under a CAO?
Always.
I'll be taking it home, but yeah.
So you'll also note in the definition of a CAO in the beginning is or designate. And that is typically what you will see us push most of our bylaws to. You have one employee, it's the CAO, and then the CAO gets to describe how to delegate that authority.
Somebody has to make the decision.
Yeah, it's a lot easier than trying to keep up with when we do title changes or merge departments and things like that. We don't want to change every bylaw every time we change the job title.
In this case, like, who would she designate?
Typically, it's going to be, no, it won't even be me. I'm also going to send it down the line. We're likely going to make Clint make the recommendation on that. Although for a vicious dog declaration, that does have fairly significant implications financially. to a person to be able to continue to keep that dog. And so they do have the ability to challenge that. So it will be done in consultation with administration, like any other more serious enforcement matter.
Counselor Stevens.
I think the wording of or designate is the more important part than this, because otherwise every dog would end up at our CEO's house.
Might not be the worst thing.
I'll make a motion that we give this first read.
We haven't finished the full discussion.
Oh, yeah, that's.
You can make the motion. We're supposed to make the motion first and then discuss it, but.
Actually, having it introduced to you, staff report, clarifying questions, motion, then debate. Debate is the only thing that should be reserved.
Staff report. Can you hold
Table.
staff report?
So the next major change, and this is the more significant change that we talked about, is licensed livestock. So for bees and wild boar, which are the two types of livestock that we have seen complaints about, as well as they are common issues across the province. And other than, excluding CFOs, which are otherwise regulated and we can't regulate at all. So our proposal here introduces an annual permitting system, which can have conditions attached. Those permits can be revoked for non-compliance, and it can also require the owner to maintain appropriate liability insurance. For the apiculture, we would be seeking an application that would show a map of all of the sites that that person intends to put hives at, with a quick site plan for each parcel showing those locations. And then the proposal from administration would be that we would require the applicant to engage with everyone within a kilometer of the hive site and provide a record of any objections received for the CAO or designate to consider. Then for wild boar permits, we are suggesting that applications would only be approved for lands that already contain wild boars. So that means that no new wild boar farms would be permitted in the county of Stettler. We're only currently aware of one, but we could potentially come up. And that if a wild boar farm would shut down for a period of 6 months or more, they would no longer be eligible to restart and could not get a permit again.
That's it, Andrew?
On that section, yes.
So we've got Counselor Stevens. Oh, you don't have a question? Okay. Counselor Gender, and then
You
Counselor.
answer the one about the licensed livestock to me, but I'm just kind of wondering, 12.1, where they say they practice without a permit for wild boar, starts out at 1 and 2 and 3. There's not much of a deterrent on the second and third one.
Sorry, where are you at? I'm mostly just reading from the staff report so far.
I think he's looking at the penalty states.
This is on page.
Schedule, no problem.
Well, in compliance, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the top one there.
Yeah, so it was previously stated in our bylaw that the second offense was double the first offense and the third offense was triple the first offense. So we've simply copied that same methodology, but council can set whatever rates, well, within reason. You cannot exceed $10,000 per offense.
Now, Counselor Nyberg.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions on the beekeeping. How will we this one's going to be a real tough one because bees do fly all over the place. I can have my hive at next door to Mr. Stevens and the bees start swarming his place, but they're not my bees. This one's going to be real. Are we going to tattoo and chip the bees? This one's going to be a real tough one to figure out. So
if I could just speak to that, we basically have proposed what we think is the maximum or the most practical maximum regulation permissible under our statute and common law, based just on the light discussions that were had at Agricultural Services Board. Realistically, we could sever portions of this if it does not, if council end up being comfortable with it. Because yes, apiculture is difficult to regulate. It's less, or rather, I suppose the nuisance incurred by apiculture is difficult to penalize, right? Because it would be very tough to discuss. The permitting system might still work. Well, at least, there's a record and there's notification and there's liability insurance. But maybe it ends up, if we can't do any realistic enforcement to create a net benefit for the neighboring landowners, then maybe that's a fruitless exercise.
And then I also have the question is, when do we determine that it's backyard beekeeping versus a commercial beekeeping situation? Is there crossing over? Like, do the commercial guys already have rules and regulations similar to what happens with the CFO that we can't get into?
There is some regulation around apiculture. There are, there's some provincial regulation over the beekeeping registration. This bylaw does not well define the difference between a backyard hive. In fact, does not define a difference between a backyard hive and a commercial operation. All beekeeping livestock would be, or all beekeeping would be subject to the licensed livestock permit, even if it was just, on a single hive on an acreage technically. So again.
So if this one becomes it does become an issue with me, because now are we going to be 1 kilometer as the crow flies or as the bee flies it were, or are we 1 kilometer by road? I think there needs to be some clarification. This one is, it's the waters are fairly muddy with me. So is it a circle then that we're going to use the 1 kilometer?
Yeah, so based on the wording that's there now, it would be, that's the bee flies, from the borders of where the hives are.
So now is it the property line, or is it going to be like if I have a half section and I've got the bees in the middle of the half section, is it from the edge of the property line, or is it from where the bees are?
It's from the hive location.
Okay, so maybe a little more clarification on that one. With the wild boars, I have the question, now what constitutes a wild boar? If I have 80% wild boar, if I have 50% wild boar, if I have 25% wild boar? When we were at the Ag Service Board Conference up in Edmonton, very clearly stated up there by the wild boar specialists from the United States that what they're seeing down there is the dilution of it, but they're still wild boars, like the ones that were in Florida compared to the ones that were in Texas and the ones that were in western United States. Were 3 different typical DNA boars. So where do we make that?
Yeah, so the practice in Alberta is what we would apply here, although it's not specifically defined, because we do keep the wild boar definition broader to give us the most flexibility. However, our identification of wild boar is phenotypical, which means if it looks like a wild boar, sounds like a wild boar, walks like a wild boar, it's a wild boar. If it is a 20% hybrid that looks more like a domestic pig, like C. scrofa domesticus, then we are not going to typically identify it as a wild boar. If it's a 80% domestic pig that looks like a wild boar, it's going to be identified as a wild boar. And that's the consistent approach that the provincial Ag Services has taken, basically to avoid, I don't want to be going to a lab every time we're looking at, an escaped swine.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Councilor Grover?
Oh, this wild boar thing just drives me crazy. How are you going to determine unless you shoot them and whether they're 80%, 50%, 30%, whatever? Most of the wild boars here are already crossbred. I have a problem with that, and I'm going to talk to the bee thing too. I think you should brand them, but that kilometer doesn't work. And why I know that it doesn't work, because those bees come from 3.5 miles away. And they've been in my shop the last 4 years in a row, but I'm going to fix that problem. We're going to spray insulate the whole inside of the shop. The guy's very good about coming and gathering them up. But when the bee guy that's been in business forever comes and, oh, this is the biggest swarm I ever seen. It doesn't make me feel real good, but,
You're so sweet.
but what I'm saying, a kilometer's nothing for bees. But why we got the bees is we pasture the home quarter in the summer, in the spring, and there's some alfalfa in it, and it comes late day. So in the fall, when they run out of, there's nothing else for them to use, they come to our place and are in the alfalfa. I don't know, I don't think a kilometer is, yeah, I don't think any distance, they go 4 or 5 miles. So that distance thing isn't gonna make a difference on controlling them. And the wild boar thing, if they're fenced and kept in, I don't know. I had I don't know how you're gonna tell the percentage and whether they're wild or whether, I don't think there's any real wild boars because they're not very productive and there's no meat on them. But if they're a problem, they're a problem. We'll have to deal with it.
Thank you. Councillor Stolberg.
I don't think this policy is trying to deal with controlling where the honeybees go. It is just trying to reduce the conflicts of where the hives are positioned, because if you don't allow beekeepers to position hives right next to someone's residence, I mean, it'll be a lot less conflict. And there's no way you can control where bees fly, because they do fly for miles, but typically they don't cause too much problem. You know, when they're going a great distance, they just take the nectar and way back they go to the hives. So I think it's a right step, a step in the right direction to limit the distance that they have to be from a residence. And it's still, I repeat, it's in no way trying to control where the bees go, because, you know, that's impossible. And then on the wild boar issue, I think it states in our definition, if they're hybrid, it doesn't matter how much wild boar in them. If they're hybrid, if they're crossed with wild boar, they're still considered wild boar.
And if I could, just to reply to Mr. Stolberg, the only thing I'm thinking of that, Mr. Stolberg, is I don't know if that's going to fix the problem. Are we just trying to make ourselves feel better by putting this in? I don't know, because like I said, there's no guarantee that that hive that's right next to my house is the one that's bothering my house. It could be the guy that's 4 or 5 miles away. That's all I'm getting.
But it puts it out.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee, but I think it reduces.
Councillor Gender.
I've seen some videos of where there's a white boar, could be an albino boar running amongst the other ones. I just find anything that runs with the wild ones, they're wild. Treat them as such.
Guilty by association. I see where you're going.
Okay.
You're guilty with all of us, James.
Apparently.
Councillor,
Or another way around, Mr.
Councillor Stevens.
In a lot of ways, what we're discussing is just conflicting rights and property rights. And where's the line? You should have the freedom to do on your property until it interferes with someone else. And I'm lucky in my family, there's no allergy issues, but I know this is becoming a bigger and bigger thing. If my kids were allergic and someone put a hive 50 meters from my house, would I be pissed? Yeah, 100%. And would moving that hive prevent it? No. It might be a wild bee that does it. But I think that is rises to the point where it would be infringing on someone else's potentially property rights or something. So I like how we've been referring these out to public hearing, advertising them. That approach makes a ton of sense. Historically, we get very little feedback, but at least we've tried. So I'd be comfortable moving first reading and then deferring till after a public hearing.
And I agree with public hearing 100%. The only thing that I'm going to state is that right now there is a huge backyard bee push or initiative go forward the hamlet of Erskine that I know of, there is about 3 or 4 hives that people have in there. So under this bylaw, those people would have to get everybody's approval in the hamlet of Erskine. And then you would also have to get the Hutterite Colony's approval, who also has hives. I'm concerned that we're causing some grief here and conflict that's going to make administration nightmares.
So I just wanted to clarify a quick thing. They have to provide us with the objections. It is not a requirement that their neighbors don't object, right? And so it's not seeking the neighbor's approval. It's the same workload, but I want to make sure that it's clear that the CAO or designate would consider those objections in implementing conditions and deciding whether or not to grant the permit. We are not delegating the authority to reject a permit to your neighbors. And then just on the Erskine example, hamlets are definitely, or urban areas are definitely where bees do get more contentious, even in the smaller quantities that you see, just because of the tighter quarters, right? And you've got a higher density of population, so more chances of somebody that's either has an adverse reaction or just an adverse feeling about bees. And then as well, you've got less land for them to be pollinating directly.
Councillor Stevens?
Oh,
Okay, you're good. Yeah, and it's like when you talk hamlets too, we've had a lot of discussion about the chicken bylaws in the past. So it's very, some people do believe chickens can do a lot of damage, but a chicken pecking the ground or bees, it's something we have to address because all these people are ratepayers. So, okay, but we do have a motion for first reading, and then
And if I could get clarification from council, I did hear public hearing, which I do think we should include, but did you want to also include any other type of public engagement for either just stakeholders? Because the larger producers that we're aware of anyways, that currently are affected by the licensed livestock, we could reach out to directly, or we could do other types of public engagement outside of the more rigid public hearing process. But the public hearing does at least give that drop dead, here's a easy expected framework for coming and just talking to us or sending a letter in.
I have no objection to reaching out directly to give our prominent stakeholders a heads up that this is going. That the value in public engagement is if the public's aware, so I have no objection.
Yeah, no, 100%.
any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. How are we doing towards lunch?
Just showed up.
Because the next week be moving into reports. We're good. Okay, if we can, you'll call to break for lunch.
Oh, sure.
Okay. All in favor? in the meeting. And we'll start at number 12, 12.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 52 of the package, page 97 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Might entertain any questions that council might have.
Is there, they're entertaining?
Was there all the meetings I went to entertaining? Well, I learned something at every one I was at, so yeah.
That's it. That was my thought on it. Went to a meeting, went to a meeting, went to a meeting.
Yeah. Yeah. The intermunicipal library board update, which was, Monday, started out with a bang for about the first 3 minutes, and then it lasted a total of 15 minutes.
Oh, well.
But
So there's nothing major changed, right?
no, just, and you already knew about it, just the difference between the intermunicipal and, the percentage of members that can be on the library board that they aren't counselors, like you have to have that mix, right? Yeah, it was informative. They sent me all the slides, so but I just couldn't. They had booked 2 hours, and it lasted 15 minutes. So, yeah.
Okay, we got Councillor Gender.
On February the 25th, when you met with AHS, regarding, I'm just going to wonder, how often do the ambulance have to be updated? Is it every year?
So this meeting is quarterly, so we have 4 meetings a year, and we just review the contract that we have with AHS, mostly from a financial standpoint. So we file quarterly reports with AHS, and we call them budget reports because, of course, we have to work under the budget that they give us, and then what our expenses are. They will ask us for some random policies. They will ask us how we're doing with purchasing new ambulances. Any new techniques or something that may be coming down the pipe, they'll let us know, like effective Monday, AHS or EMS, Stettler Ambulance is now under acute care, Alberta Health Acute Care. They made the move. So that's basically all they are. But when we were trying to get the new contract with them, these quarterly meetings turned into 2-hour ordeals. They're now 20 minutes and we're gone.
So the contract now, when is it renewable?
March 2026. So I'm hoping to be back in negotiations with these guys late of this year. Hoping that they don't leave it to the last minute, but I'm not holding my breath.
Constant.
So they still are like Stettler District Ambulance, and I mean kudos to Linda and every employee over there. They are AHS's success story. They're doing wonderfully, and now getting rid of Coreflex and having the 12-hour shifts has just been such a.
When was that in effect? Like when did we get fully staffed for the?
December 1st.
Okay.
And
We were ready for the changeover.
and what a difference. And I mean, I think I would be safe to say that with all the emergency ward closures we had, we wouldn't have got through them without Stettler Ambulance. I mean, we even drug out some of our spare ambulances just to keep them on the road, brought in extra medics so that if we had to transport, we could.
And that's
Because we had a medic breakdown on the side of the road.
along with that, though, we've got that we have a paramedic on every
Yes.
run. So that's very unique to Alberta, actually.
It's a real success story. And you guys can definitely take a bow because without, you supporting Stettler District Ambulance going from a BLS service to an ALS service and then, sticking the county's neck out to negotiate the contract where we went to, the full 12-hour shifts, we'd probably still be back there.
Councillor Nyberg?
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. I love the report from our protective services. Just wondering if we would ever get a physical update like we deal with the other department heads, just to kind of give us a trend of what he's seeing and what he's not seeing. We asked the RCMP to come in, but
They'll come in at any time.
Yeah, we can do a statistical review for the.
yeah, just kind of what Lee's finding or Clint's finding, not the.
He's been gone for a while now.
Need an update there.
Lee's not here no more.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Councillor Nyberg, yeah.
But yeah, if we could get that administration,
Maybe we could book it for the first April meeting?
sure,
Okay.
whatever. It's just, it'd be nice to touch base with them and see. Unfortunately, we're getting more and more downloads, but he would be the one that would give us the.
Definitely do a trend analysis and
And the emergency management, like with him managing the emergency management for the whole area.
You got somebody over there, Mr.
Councilor Gender. Oh, I actually have one ahead of you though. Councilor Stevens is ahead. So.
Just to highlight something out of the report, the community service awards went over great. Both Lorraine, Michelle, and the Stettler Ag Society were wonderful hosts and two very deserving award winners. Of all the times I've been to the award ceremony, I've never seen a standing ovation quite like that. So just highlight that. It was fantastic.
No, it was, and I think actually the one that's given back so much did what she was surprised. Councilor Gender?
I'm going to have to be educated a little bit more on the provincial budget. Many other things also, James. But it's one of our, okay, like I look at the provincial budget, like we always try to balance a budget. I don't know, this year we're looking at going 5 billion in the red. I'm just kind of wondering, when does it trigger, say, like these transfer payments? See, like if Alberta is always going to be looking at balancing our budget, is it to the best benefit for us, or is it actively negatively impacting us that we make this into transfer payments?
That's a really good question. You know, and he also is the finance minister, so when you see him next week, you can have that question, and I think that's very well poised for him. I will do the translation so he understands what you're saying.
Okay, so definitely, like I'm not going to the conference.
Okay, well, I'll ask him.
By all means, please.
You'll do the translation.
I'll do the translation.
Yeah,
I have one more question.
I would assume it's like a lot of what they do. They take the revenue accounts and they apply different percentages to them. We're in a locked agreement on transfer payments. I don't know a lot about them, but I think Alberta would have more money to give out to municipalities like us. So I could fix more water lines or even construct more water lines and fix more paved roads and gravel roads if we had more money to play with.
Like that one number I've heard is that we transfer $20 billion into it, correct me if I'm wrong, into this transfer payment. My God, like you look at what we could do with that.
Yeah, I read the other day that Alberta was still the largest, the biggest amount of transfer payments came from the province of Alberta.
Because we're always working.
Yeah.
It's the biggest deal. Stop working, Ernie, and you'll start getting money coming in from Ottawa. What, another couple of years, you'll be getting money from Ottawa?
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick update on the new pit that we have down. Where are we at? How's it looking? What's the gravel like? Just
The Collins pit?
Yeah.
So this is from the Collins pit. It's very, very good gravel. Of course, we had Howells excavating, do our crushing. Greg can probably speak to this better. I can. They're very good gravel crushers. They are very diligent gravel crushers, and they're very picky gravel crushers. To be nice. Greg could probably go on, but they're very selective. The overburden pile was almost as high as the gravel pile was. And we did start in the west side of the half section that we just recently bought, because we knew that that's where the gravel was kind of the hardest to get to. And so we wanted to, kind of start out hard and then get to the easier stuff as we move to the east. But the gravel product is excellent. It got good hardness to it. It's very pretty. I actually went down one Sunday and kind of crawled around one of the piles, so I was waiting for someone to kick me out. But yeah, no, we've been really pleased with the product, and we haven't spread a lot of it, but where we have spread it, we've been pleased with the results.
Only Miss Cassidy would say gravel's pretty. So, acreage wise, how much did we open up a pit there? Like, what's that?
I think we're under 5 acres. Yeah.
And just a comment, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but if you go down to Big Valley, the individual that is right on Highway 56, and on the east side, just right by Big Valley, has done a phenomenal job of cleanup. And I'll tell you what, that is a beautiful, beautiful little piece of property now. It's smooth. It's got all the crap piled on one side, still got a little bit of sand or gravel on there. But I'll tell you what.
No, they have a pile of garbage on there.
What's that?
They have a pile of usually garbage is what that is. They can use it for fill and stuff like that.
Okay, whatever it is, there's some aggregate there, yeah. But I mean, they've done a phenomenal job cleaning it up. Kudos to, that's the way it should work. So.
If you look at the development permit, because they just recently had their development permit renewed, a couple of years ago. And when Craig did the site inspection, he actually did make a notation in the permit that out of all the gravel inspections Craig has done, that was one of the cleanest, tidiest pits he had ever been.
Yeah, so.
And that's,
we have some great operators.
yeah, that's Levi Baker and Wally's.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have to be complimented on that when they do that.
Well, I mean, it's pretty tough when you're right on the highway. I mean, everybody's seeing it. You got to be up to snuff too. Good on them.
I do.
Sure.
The deal was there, the gravel guy took the gravel out, and the guy that owns the land did the reclamation. Amy Whiteside done a hell of a job with them rock trucks. Everything's put back the way it should. And, yeah, I wouldn't even mind buying that quarter because it's put together right. Got an underseeded to grass. You could hay it. It's done up right. Too bad some of the other ones didn't. And that includes the provincial government. Have that pit south of Stormons, and that's a disgrace. We've been after them, but they won't do nothing about it.
Just one more question, just to follow up on mine, if I could. Mr. Jackson, have we, in the past, we've talked about doing winter graveling. Is that something that we have proposed or thought about again? And I think where we ran into some problems in the past was the quality of gravel wasn't maybe as good as we wanted it to be. We seem to have some very pretty gravel now, so wondering if we could. Is that something that you would be thinking about doing again?
Actually, currently we have Trin Fisher is in charge of our gravel program, and working with Trin, and Trin's been working with Randy Grounds, getting a good understanding of the work that's required and how we want to navigate through our program in the county of Stettler. Right now, we're shooting around probably about 250 miles a year that we're graveling. So with the staff that we've got, the trucks that we've got, we're achieving the goals that we're setting for ourselves through our summer and fall program without the need to go into graveling through the winter. Utilizing that same standard that we'll gravel all summer long and late into the fall does give us the opportunity then to stockpile successfully through the winter months and ensure that we've got the quantities in the locations that we needed for the coming year's gravel program as we move forward. Working with both Trin and Randy, they do have our 2025 gravel program set. That map will be coming out and be distributed to council for your perusal to see what our proposed plans are, as well as we'll have information regarding how we achieved the goals in 2024 and the included miles. I mean, we added a ton of work that we did, took care of both in added gravel miles and patching. So we'll have that information for council to review. And going forward, we will be working back into a proposed 3-year graveling plan so that we have that, basically that outlook and proposed areas that we're going to be covering throughout the county for a 3-year span going forward every year for your guys' review so that you can see just where we plan on being. We're taking a greater scrutiny on the roads that are traveled more often. So through our aggressive maintenance program with our grader operators, we're going to be able to have a better idea of the roads that are traveled more often, where we're seeing our gravel not last near as long, and then ensure that we are focusing on keeping the gravel where it needs to be and ensuring that we are also placing the proper tonnage of gravel on the road surface that it's required. We're not just dumping blanket loads on and having too much gravel then on that surface as well. So,
Thank you.
Councilor Gender?
This question will be to Public Works on page 84, unit number 323. It says complete box install. So was that a complete box build by our shop?
just getting to that page. Which page is that again?
Page 80, 84. And it's a Freightliner gravel truck.
Yeah, so basically what we did is we removed that box off of the truck chassis, flipped it upside down, and restructured the entire box on the bottom. So right from the ears at the back, all the way forward, the stiffening rails through that box and everything were all removed and replaced with new. And then basically we had it primed, painted, and relined with the poly liner in the bottom of the box and placed back on the truck 100%. So it basically took that box from garbage to putting it back into, and I mean for years and years of service. Yeah.
Beautiful. Great to hear. Thanks.
Councilor Grover?
Winter graveling, I've lived through that already once. And they put it on and about half of it went in the ditch. Better to do it when it's wet out than to do it when the road is froze hard, it won't stand. And when we did have some snow, we took a pile of it off. Wasn't a big success. I don't want to keep repeating the same thing that we've done. Not for my benefit, but for the county's benefit.
And that's what I was asking. I'd heard rumors that we looked at it and I wasn't really in favor.
I hope we don't look at it too hard.
You're good, that was it.
It was the concern over winter graveling, but
That's what I had heard and I was just wondering.
Councilor Nyberg, are you done then too, or are you good?
I just was wondering if there's any more update on the CPKC situation in Nevis. I'd had a person ask me again, since runoff's coming, what's happening? I said, we had a conversation with them. I told them what I knew. Just wondering if there's any more.
Nikki, do you want to take that one?
Yes, so they have railway cars en route to Nevis from Quebec to
Texas.
load up and take them away. But it was going to be a long journey, like 3 to 4 weeks for those cars to get here, and they were going to be giving us a week's notice. So I expect any day now we should be hearing that they'll be arriving.
If you could let me know, I would like to let these people know. They were just concerned, water was starting to run and they were concerned about it again. So.
Yes, as soon as we get word.
There you go.
I think the last word from Nikki, she seized right up on us. Councilor Gender, did you have, yeah, it was good. Okay. Councilor Gender?
Receive for information, please.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Financial reports, 12.2.1 and 12.2.2, accounts payable register and bank reconciliation as of December 31st, 2024, page 98 to 106 of the package.
If I may,
Yes?
there is a typo on your agenda. The year-to-date budget is also included.
Okay. Year-to-date budget, so that's 12.3. And what page?
Should be directly following your annual fiscal.
Okay.
Probably after that, accounts payable.
Okay, so it would be up to 119 then. 7 to 1, yeah, up to 119. Is there any questions on that? We get these out in time for people to put requests in? Stillberg?
I'll give you the motion to accept these as presented.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. I guess, a question back on our financials. We're just waiting for auditors to finalize the audit and come back, or?
I think the 2025 budget's in. So this one should be fairly up to date. And we will be presenting audit financial statements in April.
Okay, 12.3, counselor fee sheets, page 107 of our package.
Actually starts on 120, Larry, because of the a typo.
120, okay, thank you.
There you go.
And then whole council committee reports is, we'll figure out where it's at when we get to. Councilor Gender?
I just noticed today, like on your own, Larry, like you had put in one for a health meeting, but you never charged anything for it. But I've also heard wind that there's been others that went to it, they never put it down. And I find that it should be more, maybe we're hiding or we're not really showing what we are doing as council behind the scenes. That myself, I'd prefer say like if you have gone to a meeting, you're not going to charge for it, but still put it down. So we are very open to the public saying, okay, what we are doing as like some members behind the scenes.
Councilor Stewart?
I'll just add to that, yeah. Ernie, James, Justin, and I, as long with Larry, were at that health meeting, but like we were representing our ratepayers to that meeting, but we also just attended, being it was a public meeting, we just attended on our own to do that. And of course, none of us charged, but you're right. I guess it is something that we do for the community that's not charged for.
But this doesn't let the public merely aware of, say, like what else you are really doing out of your own spare time to be able to do all this. So like, I just want to be able to say, I don't believe you're really looking for a pat on the back, but the recognition.
Oh, here.
There.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, I think the idea though is typically if you would go to something anyways, I don't necessarily think we charge. I think we changed that optional only on some of that stuff because this isn't for us to sit here and just start billing because we go to this. If you would go to this anyways, I'm of the feeling that you probably shouldn't charge for it, right? And the idea behind it is it's supposed to compensate you for something outside of what you would be doing regularly. Like if you're busy during the day and this is giving up your regular work schedule, that's part of it. So, and to that end, I saw Mr. Grover, you had charged for the lands property rights one.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Clark went to that too as well, but you didn't charge for it. I think it was optional, and I don't think that's one that we should charge for.
I never looked back on it.
Okay, which,
The land right property one. It was optional. It was an invite for us. It was the energy one in town.
okay, yeah.
You went to that, didn't you?
I did go to it. No, I didn't.
And I think that's because it came to our schedule as optional, and I think that's part of it. If you were on a committee and you are an Ag Service Board member and you are the chair or the vice chair and you go in that capacity, that's great. But if you go as your capacity as a regular ratepayer, I don't think you're allowed to charge for it, so.
Yeah, and it was being put on by the coordination group. And we just had said that I dealt with the vet and Nikki and the spot for it and coffee, et cetera. And I just wanted to see what what residents we had come. It was a very good package, which I'm going to get full copies of the presentation so that we can communicate it out to repairs, because there was a lot of contact information and also what landowners' rights were, and that's strictly what it went back to as a landowner. So I was there to see how it went, but I was also there as a landowner. That's why I didn't charge for it. And as far as the other one, I put it down just because it was, and I did arrange my schedule to be there.
And Mr. Clark, I am 100%. There's lots of times that I do that. I will put down an event just to show people that we are doing it. I just didn't do that one because I mean, I was expecting somebody else would have done it as well too, but I never put it down.
Yeah,
because
and we have the conversation now anyhow, so that kind of clears that. But yes, there was 4 of us there. And I was supposed to be in Calgary that day, but I changed things around, so.
I even drugged my wife along, so that was thanks for doing this, Helen moment.
Well, at least there was one informed person there.
Yeah. Sat at the same table she was, yes. Counselor Jenner?
The other thing I noticed is, say, like when going down to Brownlee, like I'd use the odometer on it, but I had a doctor's appointment, say like that previous day. But by the time I drove around a little bit down there, like I had to throw that out the door. So when I come back home, I took and GPS it from our place down to Calgary, and I ended up with 240 kilometers. But I just noticed that Mr. Grover, like I'm about 40 kilometers further than what he is, that he's got additional on there. I'm just kind of wondering whether we all,
I just went, well,
whether we all use GPS on it.
I use GPS on that one. That's what it is for home.
Like there's 40 kilometers difference between you and myself for the distance on there. So I just want to be able to have it so everyone's putting down numbers that we can justifiably.
Yeah, that is GPS for my house.
So this is our job to police ourselves. I think it's important that we do this,
Oh,
so.
I agree.
So.
That's why I put it down to go down there and give them a moment to come back. I double checked it. That's what it is.
Counselor Stevens?
Well, I'm willing to move the council fee sheets with the one correction to the February 25th meeting being taken off.
Any other questions?
Now, Mr. Grover, you accept that? Is that?
Not really, because I get a lot of information in my people about that.
Did you do a report? Did you do a report to council?
Huh?
Did you do a report to council?
I can, if you want a report, I'll make one, but I think it was optional, put on the thing optional, so I thought, well.
And we discussed optional was that you don't bill for optional unless you're part of the committee that is on that.
Oh, whatever, then I can take it off there. This year is not life or death. It's the amount we get from this anyhow. I take my living from the cow herd, so. Yeah, if you guys don't think I should have went to it, I have no problem. Take it off.
Like you should have went to it. I just don't think you should bill for it.
No, and that's, and with the optional, that is that piece with optional is it's up to us and it's as per.
Optional, so I thought we could go to it, but whatever.
But as per council policy too, that if you speak at something, if you're asked to speak at something, it's one thing, but if you're going there.
Or if you're a committee member, if it's an optional deal with the library and Les went, then that would be.
He's on that committee
there. If I go or Dave goes to an optional item for the housing authority, then it's a different story. But if you're not part of that committee, you can't charge for it. I don't think.
Well, who is a part of landowner property rights?
None of us.
And that we, and it was,
no, I don't care whether you want it on there or don't want it on there.
So the chair or the vice chair.
Get off in the next one then. No, I just filling it out.
And
I went to the meeting, I thought it should be paid for.
they had a meeting at Painters at Casper Hall. And the person that was lining these meetings up, Bill Heidecker, had sat through the mature asset strategy in Calgary that we went through in November, December. So he just had asked if they thought, because they figured where they were bringing all these different groups out that they could basically. So they asked if Stettler if we would be interested in putting one on. I wish we would have had better attendance, but with the information we're getting back, I will get it forwarded to communications if it's okay with our CAO and have it set, just posted so that people have contacts and understand what their rights are if oil companies come in and aren't paying their taxes or leaving the country and weed issues, et cetera. So that's what that information is for. So Dave, you agreed to take that off?
I'll take it off.
Okay.
But I still think it was I think we should have went through that probably and had a lot of information on it about what they could do, what they can't do, all the rest of the landowner thing, was, had a lot of stuff in it. But it's a little bit, you know, like when I get paid for it, that doesn't make no difference in my life. We just take it off next time with the goods. Thank you.
Yes, we have a motion to approve. All in favor? That's good.
There's an article on there.
Oh, there's some out there? Oh. Okay, we do have our 130, I would take it as our 130 delegation. This is our 2 o'clock delegation I see sitting here. So this is our 130 delegation.
You got everybody. You got some keeners.
So it is Shannon Paquette,
Yeah.
Stars Air Ambulance, annual update.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we should do
Introductions. Okay, we will start at Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, Stettler Work, good afternoon.
Paul McKay, now the red roll.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Council.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Les Philbert, by Morandian Councillor. Good afternoon.
James Nyberger, South Warden Councillor.
Andrew Bishop, Director of Municipal Services.
You got Cassidy seating.
Over to you, Mr. Marshall.
Dale Marshall.
Is that what I just said?
Mark Savage.
Steve Alette, Manager Strategic Initiatives.
And
Chambers, okay.
and then back to you folks there.
James and Carol Hall, Stettler County residents.
Hello, everyone. If you remember, I was here with Glenda last year. I cut my hair recently, so.
Shannon, if I can just ask you a question too. You want to present and then have questions at the end, or if there's, what do you prefer?
Either way, it's fine with me.
Okay.
No, it only lights up green when you're talking.
Oh.
It confuses everybody.
Okay, great. Yeah, either way, it's great for me. So if you want to interrupt me during the presentation, feel free to.
Thank you, Shannon. Go ahead.
So I'd like to just start by introducing myself, Shannon Paquette, Donor Relations and Development Officer with STARS. I've been with STARS 4 years this year, previously working in community engagement, now with municipalities and corporate and individual donors. So I'd like to start the presentation today by highlighting that we are celebrating 40 years of serving Albertans this year, which is incredible. It's 40 years of providing critical care anywhere. So STARS gains its funding through various channels. Previously, we had a 10-year affiliation agreement with Alberta Health Services at 20% government funding. And then in 2022, AHS went to 50% funding on a year-to-year basis. I'm very happy to announce that last year we signed another 10-year agreement at 15 million block funding per year, which is approximately 44%. And that still leaves us another 56% to fundraise. Under our fundraising efforts, we have one of the most respected lotteries in Canada, which brings in around $11 million net, which is enough for the operations cost for one of our bases. And after the government's contributions and the lottery, we still have to fundraise the remaining. So that comes from individual donors, corporate donations, community engagement initiatives, and the municipal initiative. So on this slide, we can take a look at an overview of the last year. So you can see that we received over 37,000 emergency requests at our Emergency Link Center. So this works out to just over 100 a day. We average 11 missions daily from our 6 bases, with over 60,000 missions since our start in 1985. So that's 60,000 patients, their families, and their communities that we've had a positive impact on. On the far right, you can see there's a breakdown of the type of incidents that we respond to. So examples are 18% cardiac emergencies, 18% vehicle incidents, and 12% neurological or stroke patients. So on this next slide, we're going to review the municipal initiative. So I'm very proud to share that over 94% of Alberta's municipalities are proud partners in our STARS municipal initiative. We are out there every day providing presentations and advocating for other municipalities, towns, villages to join. Regional partnerships are growing across the province and are represented by the dark blue boxes. These counties and municipal districts support STARS at a minimum of $2 per capita, all the way up to $90 per capita on a fixed rate, as well as additional partnerships within their boundaries. The light blue boxes represent 9 provincial leaders who include STARS as a fixed rate standing motion in their emergency protective services budget each year, and each have funded over $500,000 to date. So this type of support is incredible as it offers funding stability year over year. And finally, the 16 complete regional partnerships are represented with the red borders. So all cities, towns, and villages within these regions support STARS and are part of our municipal initiative.
So what would you consider our region? If we were to have a regional setup, do we have the town of Stettler and our villages all part of a region, or how do you set that up?
So you are considered a regional leader as you have us at a fixed rate standing motion in your budget, which is incredible. I don't believe that all of the towns and villages in your region are part of the municipal initiative just yet.
Okay, could you get us that number?
Definitely can, yes.
Politically, we could put a little pressure on our neighbors to help out.
Thank you, yes. All right, and then so here's the 15-year mission overview for the County of Stettler. So your county averages approximately 15 missions per year. And you can see from the breakdown that we provide critical care services to many of your residents across the county. Interfacility transfers are included as they originate as scene calls. The patient is taken to the nearest hospital, and then it's determined that the level of critical care is higher than what they can provide. I just want to highlight that one service STARS does provide is virtual care. And that means that whether we are on another mission or we're dispatched to your county, our transport physicians are in our emergency link center providing guidance to the local rural hospital staff, which is very important. And as well, once we have the patient and we're on our way to the receiving hospital, they've transferred all of that information, so we just bypass the ER and go straight into the OR. So this next slide is my favorite. It's the Postal Code Project, as this provides us with some valuable information. You can see that since 2010, we have flown 131 county residents. The blue dots on the left side of the screen show that 84 residents that were flown within your county boundaries. And on the right side of the screen, the red dots show the other 47 residents that were flown from 18 other locations across Western Canada. So this is a testament to the services we provide and that we are there for your residents wherever they may travel, because unfortunately accidents and illness can happen anywhere. So as previously mentioned, we average 11 missions per day. But however, that can fluctuate. So this is an example of one day where we had 18 mission calls that they were dispatched to in a 24-hour period. You can see from the second column, it was pretty evenly distributed throughout our 6 bases. And then in the description column, you can see the varying types of emergencies that they respond to. So from a near drowning to stroke to vehicle accident. And this captures a bit of the wide range that our crew have to deal with. The level of critical care training that is required to be able to fluctuate between these different responses is amazing. You'll notice that in the final column, there's some instances where STARS crew may have traveled by ground ambulance, that we've worked with the NICU, that we've provided virtual care, or that we've been told to stand down. So this can happen if the first responders on the scene are able to stabilize the patient and it's determined that they can go by ground ambulance instead. So STARS, we're pioneers in our industry, and this is a highlight of one of our new innovations that we have on board. Previously, we carried 2 units of blood, but due to the high level of trauma patients that we carry, now we have 4 units of blood available, as well as fibrinogen. So fibrinogen can be administered in these high trauma cases, and it promotes blood clotting, so it allows us more time to get them to the hospital. So it's just one example of the amazing things that we're always adding for our teams in their toolkit. So on this slide, I wanted to highlight how STARS is committed to providing care anywhere. And this is highlighting our longest mission. So in the fall of 2022, we flew over 1,700 kilometers return trip for a gentleman that was having a heart attack up in northern BC. When they arrived, they were able to confirm it was a heart attack, and they provided care for over 5 hours on the way back. So you have 2,400 liters of fuel, 1,700 kilometers, 8 hours of flight with 5 hours with the patient equals 1 life saved. And he is doing great now. So in the closing slide, I'd just like to recap that we are celebrating 40 years this year. We've flown over 60,000 missions to date. We average 15 missions per year in the county of Stettler. We enhance your rural healthcare through physical and virtual response. And again, this is at no cost to the patient. So I'd like to thank the County of Stettler for being an incredible partner to STARS. I acknowledge that you are a regional leader in Alberta, and the county is supporting STARS at a fixed rate of $14,000. Thank you so much for increasing it last year. Your level of sustainable support allows us to be there for the next patient, and we're really appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Stolberg?
One of my repairs was accessed your service on the weekend. They were flown by STARS from the Stettler Hospital to Calgary, and they're with us today, so that's a good thing. So in your stats, I guess there are some county residents probably flown from the Stettler Hospital that wouldn't be included in those county stats?
There may be. As I was explaining previously to another council, when they record the mission stats, it depends where the pilots land. For instance, I live just outside of the county of Leduc in Millet. So if they were to land within the county of Leduc, they would still identify that as close to Millet, which is in Wetaskiwin County instead. So there can be some fluctuations with that.
But anyway, it doesn't matter what the stats say. There was a life save, so we're very happy with that.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Shannon, I have a question for you on that longest flight. Like, could they fly? They had to stop and fuel up.
They did. I believe it was 3 stops to fuel up along the way.
Just out of curiosity as much as anything.
Yes, and so we, as a charity, we've received sponsors that help us do place fuel caches around the province. That's something that we're always growing, and so that we can go even farther.
And with the other provinces that are participating, are they participating? I know it's not covering their whole province, but are they participating at a level at all for their areas that match Alberta's participation?
They're growing, as in the government support. So we are very grateful that right now we are in contracts with all 3 governments for support. Not as high as, I think we're working towards getting it to where we are in Alberta. Mm-hmm.
Councilor Gender?
So like out of this, it'd be nice to build it that our ratepayers know where this funding comes from. So like I'd just like to ask our CAO, like which department would this come out of in case we do get the questions out of it.
We take $14,000 a year out of our rural development fund.
This is the rural development fund. So like when we have acreages and subdivisions made that we contribute into, so like everyone.
Yes, everyone that does the subdivision in the county of Stettler has to make a minimum of $50 contribution to the rural development fund. And then it goes up depending on how big a subdivision you want.
Thank you.
Councilmember?
Do you want a motion again, Mr. Chairman? Do we have a fixed rate motion, but I would reiterate that we make the motion that we again support Stars for 14,000. We do have a standing motion, but just to show our support once more.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? That would be carried.
Thank you so much.
John.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me. And I brought 2 calendars, one for you and one for your local fire department.
Thank you. And I don't think there's hardly anybody in rural that doesn't look over their shoulder when they hear a helicopter, see if it's red or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a friend coming if it's a red one. So
That's right. That's right. Thank you all.
okay. You're the 2 coming from the Egg Society, or are you waiting? Yeah. Oh, we can jump ahead. The Stettler Egg Society. Support for Egg Society grounds tree planting.
Yes, and we don't have anything that's nearly as extraordinary as that last presentation. So just a heads up, we don't have a screen display. We're just here to talk to you about trees. Dale, Marshall, and I are representing the Egg Society today. Dwayne would like to make it, but he's busy with sales and et cetera. So, and most of you are aware probably of the fact that we did have trees at the west boundary property that adjoins the new subdivision that is at that west end, and they were all removed. And we've talked and had discussion over the last 2 years at least about replacing those trees. It's a fairly large project, so we appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about it. We've talked about the total boundary, not just the west side, but the west side is really critical because of the additional events that we're putting on. Certainly with the addition and the growth of our rodeo facility, we've got large events coming in now. As a matter of fact, yesterday we met with the provincial 4-H, and they are pulling their provincial 4-H beef and sheep show out of Olds, and it's coming here for this year, and I'm assuming it's going to stay. So, I mean, we keep getting, which is a great thing for the community, we keep getting these events approaching us. And it's really, I think, important at that west end because of the volume of events that we put on through that arena, and specifically, like, they're mostly in the summer, so it's not just a good, I mean, it's aesthetically beautiful, but I mean, it's also a windbreak. And so I know Ernie has talked to Dwayne. The area that we're talking about in length is approximately 850 feet. That's what Dwayne suggested that we present. That would make sure that that area was sufficiently planted so that we had a good windbreak, and when it was fully grown, that we would have substantial growth there. So that's basically why we're here. I'm sure that there's questions as far as the project is concerned, but I don't know. Ernie, have you got something that you'd like? I mean, I know there's ground preparation as well as the planting. We did clean up a good portion of the area on our side. The fence that the developer has put in is absolutely on the boundary, on the property line. So, I mean, the trees will be on our side of the property. And there's ground preparation to do, especially at the southwest corner, more or less, that area, just because it suffered, I think, most of the uprooting of the trees. And I mean, it took our chain link fence out too. So, but that, I think we'd like to just put the trees in as a barrier for now.
Councilor Gender?
Like last summer, at one of the events, I'd talked to Dale, that moved on to school right from knee-high to Grasshopper, and I just, asked him, okay, well, like, what can we assist today, like with the county being in there? So we've kind of discussed it, and when I went to one meeting, Dwayne was just mentioning that there needs to be some ground prep in there because it's not matching in properly with the existing neighbor. I said, okay, by all means, but like, what can we help, like, in order to be able to get this project going? Like with myself, okay, like I have volunteered to supply, say, like a row of golden willow trees, like they will grow in the first year and for several years after that, about 3 feet a year. So these could be a fast growing in order to get going and something like that. The next thing I propose is, say, like if we can grow the second row of trees would be some spruce trees. And the county has trees to be supplied that we can get trees from there. There's 1 year old, 2 year olds. There's quite a difference between, say, like the 1 year old and 2 year old, but not much difference in height. And for the dollar value on there, the first one, these 2 year old are running about $3.99, whereas the 1 year old are running $1.29. So for dollar value, you can get many a tree. You can get 270 in one box. So it's more than substantial of what we really require for the project. So Dwayne had mentioned that the Ag Society, if they can level out the grounds, I'm going to ask the county for, say, like when it comes time for the plan, additional, say, like of the mulch, if we can, the county can provide the mulch applicator to them in order to put these trees in. Ag Society will rototill up the grounds in there for them to get ready for planting on there. And then what I'm looking at doing is, say, like that $300 that we had discussed this morning on AF2 1.12, every councillor's got the $300. This is what I would like to put my $300 towards. And any price over and above that, I'll definitely cover the cost.
Well, thank you very much, Ernie. Thank you very much, Ernie, for your donation and that. We appreciate the help that the county has given the Ag Society throughout the years. And we appreciate everything that you've done for us.
Thank you. Is there any questions now? No? Okay. Councilor Gender?
I guess if I can just make the motion that if we are able to supply, say, like the mulch applicator to the, or we assist them in putting it in, by all means, that would be greatly appreciated.
Councilor Stevens?
Just looking for a bit of clarification on what's being proposed. So we would provide our staff to assist with mulch after trees are planted. Is that what you're proposing?
This mulch applicator, it's actually a sheet of plastic that you put down. It's about a 2 mil, maybe a 3 mil plastic. I would put that down first and then plant the trees afterwards.
With the county planter?
No, I would generally you would plant the trees first and then put the mulch on later. This time around, I would just soon put because it is so thin that it's, even if a dog walks over it, puncture holes in it. So I would put the mulch down first and plant the tree after it. All you do is just use a 1-inch rod, stick it in the ground, put it in, plant the tree into it.
I'm sorry, I'm confused, Mr. Gender. I'm not sure. You have to be a little bit more clear on your proposal. I'm not sure what we're actually doing here or what we're voting on yet.
Okay, all I'm asking for is if the county can supply the mulch applicator, which is a plastic barrier to keep the weeds and moisture in, that if we supply that to the grounds for them.
We have this? Yes. The Ag Service Board has this, right? Okay. So we would do that anyways to anybody, I think.
Were you after trees also, Councillor Gender, through the tree order?
Yeah, like I just had a printout from the tree time from down at Public Works, and by all means, I would go for the box of 270 at the $1.29. Whatever mine will cover it, and then I'll foot the rest of the bill.
So it would be the county's supplying the plastic.
Yes.
And then you would supply the spruce trees to plant into the plastic.
We purchase the trees.
And then to lay the plastic, what's the procedure in that?
We'd have to get staff to do that, which I think they're pretty good at. Greg, you probably have a better synopsis on this, because I think I sent Ernie to you.
Actually, yeah, Mr. Gender did speak with Farah the other day in regards to the project, I believe, did you not? And yeah, I'm sure that we can assist when the time comes with a little bit of scheduling and whatnot, we can assist the Egg Society in the processing and working the area up and making sure that it's appropriate, correct? Yes.
Councilor Stevens?
Just to the ag board here. Is this what you were envisioning is saplings? I just want to make sure that what's being offered is.
We've gotten quotes from various sources for trees. I mean, anything with any substance, we're talking, 10, 12-foot trees. I mean, we're talking substantial amounts of dollars. And I mean, just with all of the infrastructure that we've been doing with it. I mean, as far as we were concerned, I mean, this is the only way that we could actually proceed to actually get everything planted, everything in the ground and a start to it. Because I mean, as I said, we're trying to actually look at how we're going to add on to barns now. So, I mean, in order for us to get the proper shelter position down there on that west end, we really just need to make a start at it and get started with this growth so that we can keep it going. And I mean, Ernie's indicated that, in 5 years' time, we'll see, some substantial growth area in those trees. And I mean, it's going to take time, but we just need to get started with it. So, yeah.
And the mulch, you'd be putting a roll for the.
If there's a cost to the roll, by all means, I'll.
No, but I was just gonna ask the question, like you'll put 2 strips down, like one for the spruce and one for the willows?
One for the spruce, yes. They're gonna be probably about 15, 16 feet apart on between the rows.
Okay, so that's the request is the 2 rolls of the plastic mulch, or not 2 rolls, but the two rolls, ROW, of the plastic mulch.
Like the one thing I've seen in the past, like we have our own tree spade, it's a 36 inch. And if you try to transplant anything over about a 2 or 3 foot, the tree will stay dormant for about 2 or 3 years. And then they tend to grow straight up for the first, like they never really grow at the bottom. And then from there, you get a much better shaped tree if you can start it right from the bottom.
Any other questions?
So just so we're clear, Ernie's motion is to take his $300, donate it to this project, buy the trees and provide the mulch wrap, not the mulch itself, because we don't have any mulch in.
But I think it was the county to supply the mulch, like the plastic.
The plastic, yes, yeah.
And putting the plastic
cover, yeah.
I would suggest, just to keep the motion a little bit cleaner, the parts about the $300 and the remainder, that's within Councillor Gender's authority without a motion. So I would say the motion would just be
2 rolls of plastic.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. You're good with that, Ernie?
You're good with that, Michelle? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. You're very good to us. Another big county fair this year. Yeah.
While you're here, your group did a wonderful job hosting the service awards. We greatly appreciate it.
A few issues with the speaker, but other than that.
That happens. To just put everyone's.
We enjoyed it. It was good. It was a lovely evening. I think everybody was touched with. Can you come back to the microphone, please, Mark? Just want to. Thank you. We enjoyed having you.
If you would speak into the microphone, then we're televised, then people can hear it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, no, we enjoyed having the county and all of our local communities. It was wonderful. We really appreciated everybody. It was a good turnout. I think everybody, we kind of squeezed everybody in. But as I said, I think we were really touched, especially with Bernie. She's just such an asset to the community. So I think that evening, the presentation to her was very heartfelt. It was lovely that we could host it and have her show up. Lorraine and I were concerned about her health and her ability, but she's a trooper, and I don't think anything would have kept her at home. So we enjoyed having everybody and seeing all the awards given out. So thank you for all your support.
Thank you very much too. And if you think that was crowded, we've been in some other ones that are quite a bit more crowded than that was. So it's appreciated.
Hope to see you all at the county fair because we have something special for you.
Now you're making it intriguing.
I think you enjoy it very well, and I think the county or the spectators will enjoy it because we would like, and I'm just putting this out there, we'd like the counselors to come in on our chore horse team as being the participants on that. Anybody that was there last year?
That was fun.
And so we'd like to see the counselors come out there and compete against each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
The chores, I got enough of those at home.
We're moving through our delegations. Good, but this is not here yet. There. No.
It's 2:30. We could probably do,
Yeah. So we will move to 12.4, Councilor Committee Reports.
27.
Page 127 of the package, starting. If there's any questions, everybody's had a chance to go through them, or anybody wants to comment on the ones they put in, or if there's questions on any.
I see Mr. Stevens been awfully busy. Holy cow.
One was late. It didn't quite make last meeting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Councilor Gender?
Mr. Stevens, on your top road lake management, you said that there was a court case for a break-in. I'd never heard of it.
During the winter, someone broke into the pump house down by the river, part of the water stabilization. They were caught during the act. It was stolen vehicle, lengthy criminal record, failing to stop, evading the police. There was quite a long series of charges. And Alberta Environment, their reps did not sound hopeful that our judicial system was going to come through for us.
Did they steal any copper off of the unit?
They were, there's alarms there. I think that scared them off before they did much in the way of damage or theft. And they were caught immediately after, trying to evade the scene. But damage was minimal other than repairs to doors, that sort of thing. But I don't anticipate much coming of it.
They said that the court case is complete.
The court case was complete, but the judge had not made a ruling yet.
Or usually on criminal, it's done that day.
Okay. Any other questions on any of the reports?
Mr. Chairman, the motion to receive for information.
I will call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Item 13, consent agenda items.
Mr. Chairman, I think the one that we have to single out is the request for sponsorship for an event, 13.9.
13.9, okay. Page
Additions.
6 of the additions.
Yes. Yeah, it's a request from crop management. They're looking to host Curling Bondsville and looking for sponsorship from the county. So it is the first time they've done it, and they missed the.
It's a hockey tournament, isn't it?
No, they had hockey last year by the looks of it.
Oh, I see.
2022, they did it.
They came to us because it's rural who they deal with.
So is this not one that should go to our regular event deal now that we kind of straightened that up, didn't we?
Yeah, it should. It's gonna happen long before the next take in happens. So wanted to make you aware of it. If you're interested in donating, you can either take it out, like you did the last one, take it out of the total that you would then distribute in June, or choose to refuse it, or maybe do something in kind. I'm not sure.
Councilor Stillberg?
I just was, for clarity, was wondering, do private enterprise qualify for the community initiative or investment program? Or does it have to be nonprofit? Or does it just depend on the event?
The event has to be
Event?
nonprofit.
Yeah, or like a community.
Councilor Nyberg?
This one, I'm a little tough on this one because they're saying that they're going to do it for their customers. This is kind of private industry that's doing some business here. I'm a little tough on this one.
It says customer, staff, and their families. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is a corporate entity that's doing I guess it's a promotion, but I'm not, yeah.
What about 4-door prices, right?
That's, I think, the right.
We leave that in Nikki's hands.
Yeah.
I think door prices would be more fitting.
Yeah. We could give them 4 blankets or 4 whatever, right? Yeah.
Just if I can, and I'm sorry again, you got Bymore, you got Erskine, you got the Erskine ladies and men's. Are we going to?
Every time we're asked, we give.
Okay. Just so that we're aware that that's where it's coming, right?
We probably have a dozen bonspiels easily in our county, so, and we already contribute to the hurling rinks themselves. So I'm not sure if I would want to be locked into a large sponsorship of every bonspiel in the area.
Okay. Councilor McKay?
I'll move that we donate 4-door prizes to this.
Again, would that just go through Nikki, not through council?
You could, it was the first time I wanted to make you aware, and I know what you're.
We can handle that with a motion anyhow, can't we? And
Yeah, a motion certainly doesn't hurt.
yeah.
Since it's in the.
Yeah. We'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover and Councilor Nyberg? Opposed, so carried. Hey, one other one I want to bring up out of there is 13.7 is Rural Municipalities of Alberta Board of Governance Review. It was a handout. And it's what I sat as District 2 chair. I sat in this to review what the board works on and also what their expenses, it's everything. There's recommendations on 9 different items. So it will be gone through at RMA as a point of one of the items on the agenda for RMA, and it's voted on by overall members sitting at the table. So I just wanted everybody to take note of it, go through it, so that when it comes up at the table, we're going through what our decisions are as council. Like everybody's read it and understands it.
Mr. Chair, so both on Canoe and what's the new Genesis?
And then there's also Canoe benefits too.
Yeah, so on all of those, who actually owns Canoe, who owns Genesis, who owns Canoe benefits?
Our RMA members, us, we own them.
So do we not, I'm not sure, do we not get a fiscal update? And I'll be honest, the reason I was asking, because I was asking Dwayne last time about that, we never get an actual kind of financial update at our convention about this, or how it's even run, when they have those.
We usually do, but people might be heading to Sherlock's or early lunch at that point. That's one of the things we discussed.
So Dwayne and I had that conversation, and we get the financial updates, but how those are determined has never been, that it's never been presented to us.
the structure of how this is put out.
Well, and that was one of the big things, and that's one of the things that we had a discussion with our board on last Friday, the board of RMA, because there is membership beyond rural municipalities of Alberta, or not membership, but customers or the one, New Brunswick, there's small parts of Saskatchewan and a lot of AM.
They've expanded pretty considerably.
Yeah,
So, and I guess what I'm saying, getting back to, is it would be good to give the body an update of all that information.
Which is one thing we've really pushed. We got pushed back on Friday, which we left it in place, was the fact that it was owned by RMA. It covered a lot of our lobbying efforts. So therefore, we wanted to get a better presentation out to members and have members sit through it to understand, by participating in the insurance, by participating in the procurement or in the benefit side, that you're actually working for yourself at that point, and what comes out of that. So that was one of the items. It was left in, and we had about an hour discussion with the board.
So you sit at the table for Genesis board meetings?
No, we sat discussing the people that said, our people sit at the table for Genesis Insurance. The Genesis Insurance board, they do have.
Who sits on it?
They have our board members. So like our VP, for Amber sitting on it.
That's, I guess that's what I'm getting at, is it would be nice to know, under a transparency thing, who actually makes up the board of Genesis, who makes up the board of Canoe, who makes it benefit.
And Genesis is made up of some external partners also too, because it's insurance. There's somebody from the insurance board that sits on it. There's somebody from New Brunswick sits on it. Somebody from AM sits on it.
I can't see that this would be.
No, it shouldn't be, and they should be doing that presentation. Yes, and that's what we've been we pushed it. We pushed it very hard with RMA staff. So, but I think by voting on this, it will put it back to the board that they have to get a better message out, because they're not wanting to damage overall business of these by us promoting that we're doing it to just set up our own lobbying efforts. But in the same sense, us owning it and being a nonprofit, that money goes back into exactly what we're working on. It keeps all of our rates,
Oh, 100%. I'm not
better.
against it. I just think.
Canoe, we also suggested on Canoe, should there be other members other than just that board that reflect the business, because these are very big businesses. And, should there be other people on it? So that's for the board to look at, but the recommendation is
$4 billion Canoe did last year or something?
Canoe is, they turned that money.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
It was 3 point something, and then the insurance end is almost, it's very high up there too. So that's in the financial reports. But this here was what governs the board, our membership on those boards. And so they're not just sitting on RMA board of directors, they also sit at the table on Genesis and Canoe.
And Dwayne said that he was going to look at that and see about bringing something that we could see.
Yeah.
Just a note that says, these are the guys that sit up on the Canoe board, and these are the people that if you have issues or concerns with, that's who you talk to, right?
And with any of them, from an RMA perspective, we go right directly to either our rep or to RMA, and we'll have the conversations on it. And one of the things we did review though was the board compensation. It hasn't been adjusted since 2016, 2017. So there's some comments on it too. So it's reviewed every 4 years.
And that board compensation is always tough, because you look at counselors, and that's kind of where it's been settled at. But you got counselors in some districts that are making very, very little money, and then you have counselors that are making, some of them are making really good money. So somewhere in between has to be.
And some are making very good money. Yes, that's straight. Some of the people sitting at that table were making very large money.
I think some of this is proportional. When you're discussing numbers in that $3.5 to $4 billion a year range, yeah, I think we need to pony up some cash for some capable people. I don't think that's where I would want to nickel and dime.
And in that, our boards have did a very good job with the staff of RMA to grow these businesses, because these businesses are doing so.
Oh, yeah, no, and I'm not discounting, I'm just saying that's the discussion that has, when you have, councils that are making, $125 per diem, and then you've got some that are making $625. Where's the happy medium when you're paying a board member? I agree with you.
And with it though, Dwayne sat through many of the meetings, Craig Genesis sat through many of the meetings. Canoe, we had the reps from Canoe sitting there, and Tasha Wyatt were sitting through most of these sessions. So that is that part is going back to the board, but this here is asking what we feel the board should be looking at. So that there'll be a small presentation at I believe it's on Tuesday morning, and then a vote on it from the floor. I mean, if people can just review it, that's what their request is here. Councilor Stuber?
And then on 13.8 in the package additions, the announcement from Department of Agriculture for the grant funding we're successful for 90,000. Wonder if administration could explain or a little bit on the economic and skills development dashboard project that it's going to.
Can I just throw it straight to Christy?
This is the one, Christy. This is all Christy. She did a great job. Yeah.
Well, this was in response to council's directive to produce more of an economic development component in the county. We decided that we'd apply for the small community grant funding. And in that, we're targeting a skills and economic development dashboard on our website. And what that will entail is a component that identifies all of the assets that the county currently has that can support economic development, as well as major transportation routes and such that can support getting product for shipping. And then we're also hybriding it in the sense that we are producing a skills development component in partnership with East Central Community Futures. And that is to allow our small businesses, primarily ag producers, free access to various programs that will improve their ability as producers to harvest small funding for granting, skills development for business plans, you name it, they have access to that. In addition to all things that we do through ASB for workshops and skills development available on that dashboard as well.
This is awesome. We had the individual that came in and presented to us for economic development, and I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but talking about having that inventory ready to go. I also spent the evening at the Economic Development of Alberta's dinner up in Edmonton, and it was an interesting one how they did that, because we sat at the table, and then each individual organization came around and you got 20 minutes of course with them. It was a very interesting way of networking. One of the things that they were, and I did not know that, was about cold storage for agricultural producers. There's a real shortage of cold storage in Alberta. The current facilities are woefully old and under over capacity, but under efficiency for doing this. So the old way they spread it out. Now they stack it high. So there's a huge opportunity for that. With that goes the transportation corridor, trucking, and of course, rails. I think we have a great asset here. We just have to figure it out. So I'm happy.
Yes, Chris.
And this has been a directive of councils for quite some time now, and quite often due to staffing restraints, it doesn't have the follow through that you would hope. And within this grant funding stream, we're actually hiring contractors so that we can have very dedicated time spent on this and have it up and running in the time frame that we've established, which is a maximum of 18 months. Of course, we hope it'll be significantly less than that, but we feel that through contracting skilled individuals that we can reach your guys' objective.
I know I'm really happy that we were fortunate to get that grant because I think it's really important that we encourage development in our county and couple that with our tax incentive program. Those two together, I think maybe we would go a long way to growth in our county, which is what we're shooting for.
And when we talk about transportation routes, has anybody heard an update on the rail line out to the east or the west coast?
Don't.
Because that would really could possibly really open up our county if it went to the North Road. Okay, is there any other questions or comments on the consent agenda items? Councilor McKay?
I'll move to accept them as presented.
Call the question, all in favor? In favor, Dave, or? Yeah, okay. Carried. Okay. That's,
Mr. Clark, our delegation is basically here. They're just waiting for their third person. So if you just want to take a quick 5-minute recess.
I think they're all here.
Maybe they're all here now, so. All right, so this is our third delegation. Come on in, ladies. Yeah, absolutely.
Normally I would agree with you, but one of the people that you see is short with stars.
It's very true.
Right there.
Carol.
Keep going, Randy. The boss, we know.
Good, James, very close.
We will do introductions here though. And this is our 2:30 delegation for Stettler Hospice Society. And it's an update and start with Greg.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Paul McKay, Denali Red Roll.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Council.
Larry Clark.
Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Russ Dilbert, Councillor by Moran.
James Nyberg, Counselor for Erskine South Warden.
Andrew Bishop, Director of Municipal Services.
Cassidy, Christy Vallette, Manager of Strategic Initiatives.
And Chambers from MP, James and Carol Hall, Stettler County residents.
Well, good afternoon and thank you for having us. Those of you that were here in 2019 would probably remember our first presentation where Dr. Drummond came and made a presentation as we just started the Stettler Hospice. At that time, he made you all very happy because he told you at the beginning he wasn't here to ask you for money. And I'm here to tell you the same thing. I'm here to say we don't need money. What we do need is we would like your support. And Carol, who's on our board, and this is Sherry, who's on our board, will tell you why and give you an update of exactly where we are.
Yeah, there's one down there.
If you want to.
Just going to go through a few little things with you about the hospice. History, she told you, started in 2019. It came from a group, unfortunately, most of them were from other countries, who in other countries, hospice is a huge thing. Not so much in Canada, it's starting to grow. And it's to give people a good place to do the end of life. We have great partnerships. Points West Living is where we have our suite. Alberta Health Services provide some of the medical care for it. Home care is ones that do the assessments. We also work with the Alberta Hospice Palliative Care Association and NavCare, two other programs that support hospice. What are some benefits? It's a home-like environment. When people can't be in their own home anymore, even though people say they want to die at home, it's good for them. It's not necessarily good for their families. So giving them something that's home-like without having, where they can get some medical care is really important. There is no cost to pay other than perhaps a prescription in their own home anyway. It enables that family member to become a wife, a child, a friend, instead of being the caregiver. It's really hard, especially for a spouse, if they're both in declining ages, to do all that medical care for their partner, even though that's what they might want. We have trained volunteers that are available, so if families don't come into the hospice suite or don't want to be there, we can be there to support them. We also do a bit of grief counseling. We send them to the right place to get some help if that's important. We had one family come in and they had 2 young adult children who weren't very adult-like and actually needed some drug support. And so we actually got them social services and they did some counseling for them. And especially the young man, it really turned his life around. He was had a hard time with his dad passing, and this just changed things for him, so it's very good. We've also started a new program called Hospice at Home. Because people think they want to die at home, we've sent some of our volunteers into the home to give that family member some respite, a chance. I think there was one we went 3 times a week for 3 hours a day. They got to go out, got to do some errands, got to go have a sleep somewhere sometimes, just to maybe introduce the hospice to them. And then often those family members will then come into the hospice at the end. Cost, again, it's free for the patients and the family. The statistics that you guys might want to know is actually 30% of the taxpayer dollar versus the hospital. So if the hospital's $1,000 a day, it costs them about $35 to keep them, or $350, sorry, to keep them in hospice, because we're raising the funds to pay for the rent. They don't have that overhead cost that hospitals have. And that's huge. And that's something we're trying to explain to Alberta Health Services, that they need to push the hospice more because it's cost effective. Why not use the other resources that are available in our community? Process for admissions, you can contact, we have a service coordinator. We hire a part-time person to do tours, to help families go through the process. It can be very daunting for families if they're already on home care, if home care is coming to the home to do dressing changes or medications or whatever. They already have that contact and it's fairly easy. If they don't, then this really helps them if we can walk them through that process. The physician needs to be involved. The physician needs to say that they're at end of life. Most of them have a life-limiting illness is the term they use. So we all know we got an end date. Most of us don't know what that is. Some of them do. So once you have that date or date in mind, you've got 3 weeks, you got 3 years, you got 5 years to live. You have a bit more of an idea. Me, I'm just going to walk across the street and get hit, or I'm going to hit somebody with my car because I don't drive that well. Anyway, we all need to know what that date is. And if you know it, then that's how we can help you then go through that process. Sometimes I think it's a little bit nicer to know that date so you can get your affairs in order. But many of us don't want to think about it, right? The Hospice at Home program, again, when the patient's not ready to move to the suite, however, the family or friends are not available or just need a break. We trained volunteers have gone in. We don't do medical care. We basically are just nice visitors. We're just a good friend that comes in, will sit with you, and we can get you water or juice or whatever. Some of the volunteers have been trained to do meal assists so they can do that kind of thing. But otherwise, we don't do medical treatment. We don't do care. We just come and give you a break. They can anticipate common questions. We give them a training. There's a course that's called No One Dies Alone. And we put all of our volunteers through that so they can help answer some of those questions. We don't get into the religious, we don't get into any of that kind of stuff. If somebody wants to pray with us, we absolutely can do that if they like. We're happy to do those kinds of things or to get them in touch. We had one come in and it wasn't from Stettler, they were from the Consort Coronation area. They didn't have a minister. So we called a couple of different denominations and they came in and it really gave them some peace at the end. But again, that's up to you. We don't push any of that. They can work with the Alberta Health Services staff. When home care goes into a home, they know the people just need to visit. It's like we also have been involved in the past with the Meals on Wheels program. And when Meals on Wheels people deliver it, they want a visitor. They want somebody to visit them. Thank you for the meal. It's nutritious and they really appreciate it. But they really need just to have somebody to spend some time. You guys probably have all seen that. They invite you to their house to talk. Nothing about counsel. It's just about them and sharing their lives, which is really important. So we will work with those Alberta Health Services staff. If home care drops off and things, say, their pills are right there. Can you remind them to take them? Can't give them their medication, but we can remind them, oh, it's 2 o'clock and that nurse said you need to take it at 2. So those are some little things we can do without breaking any rules. We do a lot of fundraising. We have our Hike for Hospice in May. We did a Christmas concert with some raffles and online auctions. We're doing community bingo this Saturday. If anybody's really loves doing bingo, we're happy to have you come. We do joint campaigns. The Boston Pizza just chose us as their partner. And I think, money, did you get that?
A little over 5,000.
Yeah.
Don't know an exact number, but over 5,000.
So thanks for all you people that were there, fought the hearts, drank a little beer maybe or whatever. We did that. And lots of donations. And our donations come from people who also believe in hospice or sometimes with their families. So yes, we raise enough money. Our costs at Points West between the rent and all the other type of things is about 40,000 a year. So we need to raise that much money. We also, through all of our donations, take a percentage off because our long-term goal is to build a standalone building. We'd like to build something that would be 4 to 6 suites that we could have going all the time. You've been over to Red Deer, they have the most beautiful facility. They have 16 suites and they keep it busy all the time. In order to be able to do that, we need to prove to Alberta Health Services that the need is there in our community. We do have a bit of a struggle. What happens often with people because they don't want to admit that they're there. I mean, I know I've got life-limiting illness. I know I've got 6 months to live, and that was 8 months ago. So yahoo, I'm living on borrowed time. But as soon as I go into the hospice, I think that's the end. It doesn't have to be. We've had a couple of people that have moved. One guy that he wasn't eating or looking after himself very well, and after he got 3 good full course meals a day and started taking his medication all the time, he actually got better and ended up moving back out. Another one who got a little bit better was able to move upstairs to Points West, need that medical care, but not necessarily, it wasn't as close to his end of life as we thought. 1 to 3 months is usually the general rule of thumb. But again, the sooner they can get that process started, because what ends up happening is they often will put it off and put it off and put it off until that crisis happens. They end up in the hospital, and it's wonderful. We've got one of the best hospitals in all the province that I've seen here. And they have a beautiful palliative suite, and they do put off movement in that. Lovely, beautiful room, nice for the family. But again, you got those bells and those overhead announcements and that medical feel to it. They come to the hospice, they get the same kind of care, but not having to have that private entryway. If you've never been in, please feel free to come for a visit. They'd love to give you a tour. Just pop into Points West anytime. Amanda, who's the manager there. When we get a patient in, quite often she'll just have an extra staff member come on board just to look after that patient. So they give us very, very good care there. And it's really nice. So that's really what we're doing here today. Is to ask you to help spread that word so that people don't wait to the last minute to go into the hospital and then passing there. Again, beautiful facility. They do a nice job, but this is a nice alternative. Family says, you can't read that. It's awful small. I wrote them down because I thought some of them were really nice. Things like, what a wonderful gift you provided for our family. We had to appreciate the thoughtful touches throughout our stay, and each staff and volunteer were a special blessing to us and to, blah, blah, blah. I took his name out. Thank you. God bless the Stettler Hospice Society and provide a beautiful place for families traveling to be with their loved one throughout this final journey. On behalf of Harvey and I, we want to express our gratitude to provide compassionate hospice care for our sister during the duration she was there. We really took care of the whole family. Thank you. Thanks for giving us a home to spend our final day with Mom. There was nothing we could have asked for or thought of that you didn't provide. Thank you for granting Mom a wish to live with dignity and to be able to meet with all our family. We are eternally grateful to you. Those are some of the things we get from families. Don't ask for them. They just send us these lovely notes. So just want you to know that it is a really good service. We really appreciate it. And we just need to spread that word a little bit more to people. So if you're out in the community and people have talked about family in crisis and that there's a need for something, please let them know. Just invite them to come, a tour. We'll take it from there. Anything else?
Talk about your video.
Oh, the video. So
We have Landon right here.
Landon right here came in and did a nice video for us in our suite to help promote it. Have you got it up? That's beautiful.
Hometown Media Stettler was recently invited to tour the Stettler Hospice Society suite at Points West Living.
It was determined that we really need to have hospice in Stettler. We need a place for people to die that's a home-like environment and end their journey where the family, instead of being the caregivers, can now go back to being wives, children, family. It's a real hard journey sometimes for family. People do want to pass at home. So we've given them this alternative. They don't have to go into a hospital setting. They can actually come here and live in their own little suite. We do have the blanket warmer, so any time of the day, family members or our volunteers can give the patient a little warmth if they need it. Oxygen tanks, lift things, anything that the resident might need is here and in safe, secure spots. We actually have some quilts here. Our local quilting clubs both donate to us so that we have a quilt for the resident while they're here, and the family members can take them home afterwards. They actually have their own full washer and dryer, and we use them all the time if we need to, and a full shower. In this case, they're handicapped equipped so that they're able to lift them onto the seat if they need to.
Something that families should know too is that hospice, they will support if families need additional help, rest. They will come in 24 hours a day. They offer services where they can sit with the loved one so family can get rest, because often you do get burnout.
It's very important that family members can feel like they're in control of that space and that time of life, but not have to be the caregiver themselves. They can give that responsibility to our nursing staff here and our volunteers to help them through it.
You don't have to be a resident here. This is to support our community and surrounding areas. We have licensed practical nurses here 24 hours a day. We have healthcare aides and care aides to support any needs that the residents or families have. So we do all of the care, we liaison between the doctor and the family. We're giving any medications, taking care of, if there's a catheter, if there's oxygen, anything like that, all of the nursing care.
The hope is with enough need, another suite could be purchased with a long-term goal of a dedicated building for hospice care if AHS determines the need is there.
This is amazing that it's, there's a living room for the family, there's a bedroom for the family. They don't have to leave. They have everything that they need to be with their loved one.
First we had fundraise, and then COVID hit, and that kind of slowed the process down a little bit, but we've been taking guests since January of 21.
We do have an amazing board of directors, and when we set a goal, we get it met, and we do lots of fundraising to ensure that this is free for everyone. And we just want to thank the community, because without you guys, this couldn't run. And every time we hold an event, the community steps up, and we raise a lot of money from you guys for the suite, and just want to thank you.
If you are at a point where you think you'd like to see the hospice, come in anytime. We're happy to give a tour. The process, though, is it has to go through your doctor, of course. The doctor has to determine that it really is end of life. And that could be anywhere from 30 days to 3 months. We're not kicking anybody out, right? So people like, if I'm not in my last week, I don't need to move in. It's so nice here. Please feel free to come in sooner.
Thanks again to the Stettler Hospice Society and partners for the tour. For Hometown Productions and Media, I'm Landon Chambers.
Good job, Landon and Alex. Any questions from anyone? Yes, Les.
I was just wondering, with only one unit in Points West, do you have much of a sort of like a waiting list to?
We've had 3 times when we've had to help people find alternatives, but otherwise it's been pretty easy.
It works out fairly well then.
It does. I mean, generally speaking, although we talk usually a month, we've had as short as 5 hours to 12 days kind of thing is our average.
But I think as promotion goes on and word of mouth goes out, that more and more people might choose to access that venue. Yeah.
So Points West and us are in constant contact. So it's a 2-bedroom suite, an independent suite. We chose it, and anytime a 2-bedroom comes up, we say, "Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready?" But until we get Alberta Health Services on board.
Councilor
You guys know that I'm a huge supporter anytime we're talking about hospice. And I had the opportunity, my family did, with my father-in-law to go through it in Olds. And I've said when this came around, I was 100% behind it, absolutely. I just want to make a note too that it's not just the county of Stettler. This goes all the way out pretty much to the east, like you talked about Coronation. So
closer to Red Deer.
And it's not very often that you're looking for someone to do more. And these guys, gals are asking they want us to help them do more. So, and I think it just needs to get out there. And if you guys are on social media, push some of the stuff that they're putting. They've got a great Facebook site, and yeah, they do a great job. So just keep up the great work.
Councilor Gender?
Like I've seen our county administration staff, members of the committee, how they have fought, say like for the Stettler ambulance in order to keep it here. So like this, I just typically look at it of like how hard it may be for you to try and approach AHS to try and say, okay, these are the financials that we can provide you at say 30% of the cost. How the hell do we get it across to some of these politicians that we do need help in order to be able to sustain, because our generations, like we are getting older, like we're maturing that much faster. So how do we approach something like this?
So just say it's 70%.
Can I get you to back to the microphone? Sorry.
It's 70% of the cost, right? It's 70%.
You say they save 70.
Save 70%.
Yes. So like I look at it 30%.
So, yeah, they're saving a lot of money. How do we help them? I don't know. We've had lots of chats to talk, both to our local MLA, of course, Charge Finance, Nate Horner, and us talked several times, and also to Andrea LaGrange. I've had a couple conversations with her, and that's why they're supporting it at all. But it's getting the local people, I think, sometimes. I know when you go into emergency in Red Deer, if you're end of life, they don't admit you. They send you to hospice. And that's one of the things maybe we need to do here a little bit more, is to, try to help people before you get them admitted into a hospital. Part of it.
Red Deer itself, does it have much of a hospice?
Yes.
Yeah, 16 beds.
We've got 16 beds, and it's a standalone facility.
And they will take care of all the way down near, probably to the west border.
Yeah.
Up to, from somewhere between Stettler and there, and then also north and south.
Yeah.
But like I look at the population that they have compared to what we have. By all
We
means.
also have taken people from BC as well.
Right
because there's not as many hospices in BC either. So they've taken, I think in the last 10 years, I've taken something like 90 people from British Columbia. And basically because hospice is still, for some reason, a new thought, but it really is a good option for end-of-life care. And the other thing that we could use our hospice for is respite care, because we don't need a room in the hospital taken up for respite care. We could look after some of these patients and families that just need a rest, because carer burnout is very high and it makes it very difficult for families.
So I'm just kind of wondering, okay, we've got a convention going to Edmonton here this next week, whether someone would like to be able to make a question into it. Here, James, that maybe try and go for the health services to try and promote this a little more.
Yeah, we can certainly prepare a question, right?
Mr. Jenner, if you remember, we were the ones who put through the resolution for funding of hospice care in Alberta. That was the county of Stettler, and it passed with flying colors. Dan Williams, Minister of Recovery and Addiction, was a big portion of that at the time. Any chance that I do get the opportunity to speak with either Andrew LaGrange, and now it will be actually Mr. Jason Nixon will be the guy under acute continuing care is where that's going to move to. So I don't know if Andrea is the best place to go, but I'm on that. The one thing I do think that I think we could do from our doctor recruitment position, this is a gem in our community. This isn't one of those things that needs to be done. This is a nice to do. We have a huge gem in our community right now where this is something not every community has, and it proves to anybody coming into our community how great this community is. When we're touring our doctors, they need to see this facility, because that's one more item that they say, these guys got it together. These guys have what it takes to be a good physician within this community.
we should not be hiding it at all. So one of the things of our tour, as I think both Larry and Justin are on that should be the tour to take them on. They should be seeing, this is great.
Noted.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So when you're doing that, maybe if you could bring some hospice with you, or when you're doing the doctor recruitment, could maybe the hospice, some of the people come in and, you know, be there for any questions that are asked. Because that's really good for a doctor looking into this area coming here.
That is fairly timely. We do have a meeting coming up tomorrow, so
Let us know, because we'll be happy to be there and meet with you.
we can definitely pitch you guys being a part of the team.
There's even apparently there's a specialty course the physicians can take to do with hospice. Maureen,
Yeah.
you can talk.
There is a course that they can take in end of life. It's costly, both financially and time-wise. It takes a whole weekend. And the hospice would use some funds to pay for, if there's never been one in Stettler, so they would have to travel. So we would put some money in to help them take that course so that they would feel more comfortable dealing with end of life and hospice care.
There is a way where we can mutually help each other. Since we brought up doctor recruitment, based on the feedback we've got with our recent successes in recruiting, one of the huge factors that they credit is how welcoming they feel by the entire community, how the whole community gelled behind them, how they felt wanted and supported. Well, this is pretty much in line with your story at the hospice.
Yes.
It was a community initiative. It was a community effort, and everyone put their backs behind it. So I think there's a lot of commonality between the two. So if that's what's bringing them here, getting to hear the hospice story would just confirm how most of them already feel about our community.
Stillberg?
In support of spreading the word of hospice, I would suggest, if it's possible, that your video that you just presented be accessed through a link in our county website. If, I mean, Nikki, is that something that you could coordinate? Is to have an access through our county website to that video? I think it sure would educate a lot of people on hospice in the area. We get a lot of people checking the website. So Nikki's given the nod, so that's something that
Landed on it with her.
you know, yeah.
That would be great, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody, for taking the time to listen to us.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Brochures, you guys can keep and give to friends and people in the community.
Rest of your day.
Councillor Stevens, if you need any information for your meeting tomorrow night, you can contact Carol or myself and we can get it to you.
I am certain that my wife can provide much of Carol's contact info.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Time for our exit, I think.
Yes, we're going to be going into camera here shortly, so.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks for coming. You guys slugged it out. We should give you a medal or something.
Even fed you a big lunch and you sleep on us.
You guys, that's awesome. Thank you for, you don't realize we do appreciate people coming.
Oh, we appreciate you.
Yeah, that was very educational. Yeah, appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Coming, yeah.
And Landon, just quickly, you said about the TikTok, just for everybody else.
Else's edification.
How many hits did you, we posted it yesterday and it had 86 likes for TikTok for with hospice.
Monday.
I was surprised by that. It's a much younger crowd on TikTok.
What are you insinuating on that one?
Why TikTok?
Yeah, I know.
Well, I know I got two.
I got three, yeah.
But no, it's community really, it's, I think, the word, I mean, it's a really nice service they have there.
I won't complain.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you guys have a good.
I could certainly use comfort break before we go into camera?
Actually, we could probably go into camera and then have a conference break.
Okay,
Give me a motion to go into camera.
all question, all in favor?
I'll
Stevens?
like to make a motion that we instruct administration to take Public Works Policy 2.01 to public consultation.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Next meeting is Thursday, March.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion to send the two letters, or is that administrative?
That's just administrative. Thursday, March 27th, 2025 is our next meeting, and hopefully we have nothing later that day. And our next motion for Councilor Stulberg.
I'll move that we adjourn.
On the question, all in favor? You're opposed? Hey, you can stay here. Stay.